That intro is still way too epic. What's up, everyone? Welcome to State of the Game. Hopefully Jeff's webcam doesn't shit out here at the very beginning of it. It is December 17th, 2012, and this is the drunk episode, the annual drunk episode of State of the Game. Tyler, are you already drunk? I actually have to unmute you. I'm already drunk. Hold on. All right, Tyler.
No, I'm not drunk, man.
Not drunk?
Getting warmed up.
Just getting warmed up. Okay. What have you been up to, man? You moved over to San Francisco, and we haven't spoken.
Yeah, you know what I've been doing, man. I'll give you one guess. What have I been doing?
I don't know. What have you been doing?
I've been chilling, motherfucker.
Perfect. Jeff, I know you recently got married. What is that like? How's it going?
Sex is good, JP.
Is it?
Yeah.
I told Wheat that I was going to be very direct, but I pussied out at the very last moment, so I didn't want to ask you about the sex.
I did not pussy out on this.
I've
been pussing in on something else, though.
There you go. I don't have anything else to say. Wheat, what about you, man? How's life?
JP, my favorite part of that epic intro is that part where, two words that obviously ring and they speak the essence of the show every week.
Oh, yeah.
Every week. Oh, sorry.
That was
JP.
good.
I'm good, man.
No,
I'm good. Holiday season is in. I'm in I do not give a fuck mode. I have traveled my last airplane leg until January 7th, but to me it seems like so far away, so I'm just excited to be in holiday mode.
Awesome.
Shopping.
Awesome.
Shit like that.
Let's kind of talk about what's going on tonight during the show. So we're going to be talking about some pretty, I guess, big topics that have happened in the past 4 or 5 weeks since we've had a show. But we're also going to be doing call-ins. Wheat, we didn't talk about this prior to the show, but how are people calling in? Do you have a number?
The number, I think, is probably the best.
Okay, why don't
you
you
paste it to you?
Yeah, that would be best. And then
I'm
I'll put
disappointed
it up
that you don't know it by heart.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. But we'll be doing call-ins while Wheat is giving that to me. I'll also be giving out beta keys throughout the course of the night as long as I remember to. We could just paste it in chat. I guess it doesn't matter.
It'd be kind of cool to give one
to the callers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should. I don't know how they can, because if I say tweet at me, then every person's going to tweet at me.
Yeah.
I don't
there
know how
you
we'll
go.
do that.
I posted in chat, and everyone, what is everyone drinking? I don't even.
Oh yeah,
think
we got to
I
know what we're. Okay,
Yeah.
Tyler, why don't you start since you're probably the drunkest?
I got Alaska Distillery, the classic.
Okay, what flavor?
This one's blackberry, and I also got some Kettle One.
Kettle One. Nice
Kettle
choice.
One.
Nice choice.
It's good. And I'm just drinking it straight. I got my
Nothing
shot
wrong with
glass and pouring them one at a time, knocking them back.
Oh God, Jeff, what are you drinking?
It's a tradition for me now. For the 3 years
Yes.
we've been doing this,
Yes.
and I gotta say it goes down smooth. You can test out the legs on it. This is a good box of Franzia. It actually check the year on it. Hang on, guys. This is they started in 1906. It's about all the info I got on
Is
this
this a
right
history
now.
lesson of France? Yeah.
I can only assume it's a 1906, so it's a pretty good box of Franzia.
Nice. Wheat, you concocted, like the alchemist that you are, some crazy drink. What is in this drink that you have?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is hippie juice. And
Wait, I thought you were joking when you said that. It's real?
oh, it's fucking real, son. It's real. It's real.
Oh my god.
So here's how you make hippie juice. Anyone can do it. First off, you go get some powdered lemonade, and typically you make a 2-quart thing of it. So you pour the powdered lemonade into one of these bottles. So you got to drink the orange juice, and then you pour in 1 cup of watermelon vodka. I think it's Smirnoff. It makes a really good one, and then half a cup of triple sec, and then a third of a cup of Malibu rum, and then you water it up and you shake it and you put it in the fridge.
Wait,
it's
how
really
did this
good.
happen? Like,
How
where
did it happen?
Yeah.
You know what? Embarrassingly, I'm going to say that my wife saw it on Pinterest and we tried it, and I'm like, oh my God, that hippie juice is the best. They should bottle that shit. So instead, I just make it And it's so easy. I like made it this morning while my kid was eating breakfast. It was awesome. It was great.
Very good.
Yeah.
Nice. And I'm just drinking Jack and Coke, Gentleman Jack, of course.
See, people are saying girl drink, but like, it's just isn't tonight about getting drunk?
Yeah, it's just getting drunk, man. It
Fuck,
doesn't matter.
man, I'll break out the goddamn Zimas if I got to. Just fucking get down.
Exactly. We do have some drinking rules. I guess we've made these the official drinking rules of tonight. I believe there's a thread on Reddit, but we'll just go ahead and cover them. I think I can actually just show this on the stream instead of just reading it out loud. So there are the drinking rules. You can read through them. My personal favorites are anytime DJ Wheat shouts, you have to drink. We need to bring on a guest, though, so people just have to finish their drink right away. Maybe MrBitter standing by. I'll look into that. But before we do, what do you guys want to talk about first? What is something, Jeff, you haven't been on the show in a while.
Yeah.
We'll let you start. What is your topic?
Okay, well, let's try to have the serious ones while we're still relatively sober.
Yeah,
I know this
yeah.
will be a little bit hard for Tyler, but I'd love to have a discussion on what we think about SPL. Everything about it. Like,
Okay.
there's been people, I know that Total Biscuit initially talked about how the production is a lot more subpar than what we're used to with GSL, which did a phenomenal job with IPO, as well as their own stream. A couple of the weird decisions, format, maps. I don't know. I have yet to see a talk show really go into SPL and what it means to us now
Sure.
in 2012.
I guess we mentioned this when Rod was on earlier, but the biggest thing to me is that it's $5 for the entire season. I think that is actually
It's a fucking deal of a
it is
century,
actually
man.
insane. And then to contrast, last night GSL started their Blizzard Cup, and it's $75 for the light version, which means you get
Oh, wow.
pretty terrible high quality video. You have to buy the $109 season pass for the enhanced high quality version. So
But you get VODs with both.
yes, you get VODs with
Because
both.
don't you guys think that the VOD numbers are actually higher than? Maybe not. Fuck. I don't know.
For me personally, that's mainly what I pay for.
So are you going
Because
to
I don't
purchase the light
watch it.
then?
I watch VODs.
Yeah, me too.
Would you purchase the light then, Tyler?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I haven't yet.
I probably, to be honest, I don't think I'm going to purchase anything from them, and I'm just going to watch my $5 Pro League. And
All right, how many games are we talking with this? What's
it's there's
exactly included in this?
let me just bring up the chart here because I actually have it.
I mean, the hard part for me is that, like, if you do the real-time math where you're like, yeah, it's $75, so that's where you exclude comparing it to like a $5 season pass or even the like $25 long weekends that we're used to as well.
Sure.
At the end of the day, for the groups and the level of play in the production, it's actually worth that much. Like,
Oh, it is
the
totally.
amount of time you get out of it and stuff. The problem I have with kind of jumping up to a premium ticket like that's so expensive is that you do have to take the market into effect. And if I'm looking at that and I'm a college student, if I'm a college student or a young 20-something-year-old, which is like, I would say the largest part of their fan base or the people that would consume this product, most of those people are like, well, I could easily drop $5. That's a no-brainer. Do I also want to drop off an additional $75? I probably don't, because now I can't watch both those things at the same time because it's too much content. So
Right.
I go with the $5 one almost every single time. So yes, there's going to be the premium people, the Tylers, the other pro gamers, the hardcore fans that are like, no, I'll easily drop $75 because I want that content as well. But I would say that that's a far and away fewer number of people, and I don't know if it makes the difference between $75 and $5, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like people think that I'm just shitting on GSL for this, but for me, they're pretty much on at the same hours for the most part. And I guess personally, I'm more interested in watching the Kespa players play than I am seeing pretty much the same names that I saw all last year, except for a couple players in there in GSL.
I have to say what Friday and Saturday matches, they're the earlier ones. Those
Yeah.
are on way earlier.
Oh, that's true. They do start around 8, but they go on for a long time. I think that they actually last longer than an average GSL cast, do they not? Because it's no matter what, it's what, 3 games each night, no matter what, or 4.
Well,
for
there's
SPL.
2 matches every
Two
night,
matches,
right?
yeah.
Two
there's
matches,
two
right,
matches.
right.
2 matches, 4 play dates or play nights, I think, right?
Okay, yeah. But I think last night's and tonight's start really late.
Friday and Saturday are the ones that start at roughly 8 p.m. PST, if I'm not mistaken, and then the other ones start at, I want to say it's either 12 or 1 or something like that, too.
I think so, yeah. But
Yeah, the one tonight's at midnight PST.
okay. A lot of people
Okay,
are
so midnight, yeah.
Yeah.
a lot of people are talking and comparing the production of the two. Do you think that is a big selling point for you, Jeff?
See, for me, it's not. I do have a huge problem, and I actually want to go into this subject. I'm sorry, I've been out of state of the game for a while now, so I actually have like
Well,
500
we haven't done a
hours
show
of
in
stuff I
5
wanna
weeks,
talk
so
about, but
you're fine.
I don't. I'm going to break away for a second. I don't like that if I'm watching the low quality GSL stream, you can't read any of the numbers. It looks like absolute shit. And then I compare that to the NASL, where their free stream is actually like looking through a window into a different universe that's actually just as clear, if not more clear, than real time. So that's my side complaint. But my actual complaint is, as far as production goes, no. I don't worry about that. I worry about the quality of games. And to be honest, I'm excited about the Kespa players because they're new and they're upcoming. You can see them learning. But the quality of gameplay, as far as I'm concerned, is actually higher right now with the GSL players. I feel like they're still the more well-rounded, more better polished players. I feel like a Leenock or a Parting is going to be better than your top-tier, on average, Kespa player outside of like Rain. But I think that will flip. I think in as much as like 3 or 4 months, people will be watching the Kespa players because those are the top-tier players.
Yeah.
I think if we look at the format, I think most fans will like the gameplay that comes out of GSL format more than out of Pro League. Like Pro League, where you just have this 1v1, you just have one game, a best of one, against one guy on one map that you know in advance. It lends itself to like just all-in plays and specialty builds, and I like that stuff. I like watching that stuff when it's done well, for sure. There's definitely an art to it, and there's a lot of people that appreciate it. But I don't think that's the majority of the fans. The majority of fans would rather see a little more standard stuff and a little more skill displayed and a wider variety of skills. Whereas in these like single one-shot games, you'll just see like this guy that has this really specific build with a little bit of micro that's involved, and then that's it. Like one game I saw, I forgot which game it was. It was just like, it was a PvP, and they just went straight Blink with like very few probes. As soon as Blink finished, they attacked. They could have like blinked up and died. Didn't matter. They were all in. That's all it was. And it was like, that's kind of sad to watch. For some people, it's exciting to watch. For other people, but yeah, I think right now the crowd will like GSL. Maybe that'll change over time, but not right now.
It's also the names that they know in GSL. I would think that more people are going to watch the big names that they've seen for the past year and a half there in GSL, whereas kind of the Brood War fans will watch SPL because they know all those names from years ago. But
there's kind of a trade-off there, though. Like, there's the established names in GSL that were like, oh, okay, I've been watching that guy for years. I know his storyline, MVP, battling through the wrist, but he's like a big-time actual championship winner. But then there's this, at this point right now, I think it's kind of emboldened. Oh, they're a Brood War player. Oh, they're Kespa. Oh, wow. I heard that they're really amazing. Wow, look at him. Bisu. Oh, my God, he's so handsome. He's a really handsome guy. So I think there's kind of that trade-off right now where the Kespa guys have that mystique, but the GSL guys, in my opinion, are the more well-rounded players that we have more of a history with right now.
That's a good point. Wheat, you were going to say something?
Well, I was actually looking at the results that there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets that have actually gone the distance to an ace match out of out of 10 that have been played so far, which is actually pretty interesting. And then every other result has either been an 0-4 and there's been 4-1. So it's either a really close match or kind of a walkover. And the one interesting thing is that, because kind of like what Jeff and Tyler are saying, because they're, maybe where the skill level is, that as they develop out, it could potentially, like, the format's awesome, and seeing these guys play as a team is awesome, and getting these 4-3 results is awesome. So if they can produce games that are at least interesting to watch, I think another reason why people are watching is because the maps are just kind of like, hey,
fun.
Guys, fucking check this shit out and try to play on it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I gotta admit, like, that I kind of like that, and I've
Yes.
caught more Pro League than I thought I was going to as a result of that.
The maps are extremely refreshing. I am really sad to see Talder Malter still being in there. I think that's
Why
like
is that?
that's like the
seems
Kespa
so
rookie
lost.
mistake. That's like they don't
Yeah.
know yet just how bad that map is for gameplay. It's been something like, out of the possible players on there, I think I read somewhere that 9 out of 10 were Zerg or something like that for the first couple of matches. But it's pretty bad in that regard. But in general, the new maps, really exciting. And you know what? People don't necessarily know this, or maybe they do, and I'm understating that. But in Brood War, Kespa was the force that drove a lot of the new maps.
Yeah.
They definitely had some really bad ones. I do have to, kind of caution that with people. There were some maps that came out. What was that one that Boxer won hilariously on, and they actually yanked it after like its second or third appearance? It was like Paradox or something like that. One of the
I'm bad at
shittiest.
remembering that
am
kind
too.
of stuff. But yeah, they've been pretty quick to pull the terrible maps.
Yeah.
Do you think they
These
put?
maps I'm okay with in general. I don't think they put a terrible one out there, except for, like I said, Talder Malter, I think. But that's not,
So
Kespa map.
the I hate using this term right now, but the elephant in the room is obviously Arkanoid. Do you like this map in StarCraft 2?
For right now, I do. I mean, obviously, again, we're seeing. Isn't it a lot of Zergs on that map, or it was Terrans? Zerg?
We've seen. I saw a PVT the other day. I think that was the Thorzane match. I've seen 2 PVTs, I think, and 1 TVZ on there, and they're all just really weird.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, I think we'll need to see more about it. And honestly, the people that'll have the most formulated opinion on this are the ones that are practicing it, because I've literally watched it 3 times, and I haven't got a chance to play it yet, obviously. So there's the guys that have grinded out like 50 games. They'll be the ones to tell you. But
Yeah.
right now, it's been a lot of Terrans, I think. So it's okay. We'll see.
What was that other map? Have you seen any games on Bifrost?
Bifrost is a
It's actually
remake of an
interesting.
older map.
Oh, it
I
is.
believe.
I thought that was a brand new one.
I could be
No.
mistaken. Then there's Caldium as well, if I believe, right?
I don't remember seeing what that. The only reason Bifrost I remember it is because they, I think it was a PVT on there, and there was a probe walking on like the very edge of the map, back into the back of the Terran's base. I thought that was interesting, but these
Okay,
games,
that does sound like the old Bifrost, right?
Yeah,
Tyler?
Yeah.
Pretty
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it was refreshing to see the maps. It was also cool to see, for whatever reason, I think I get more excited seeing players that I don't know that much about, especially the Kespa players who were so good in Brood War coming over to StarCraft 2. But that's probably just personal taste. But yeah, so far I've enjoyed everything that I've seen coming out of SPL.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, kind of the really cool thing about it is I had a chance to sit behind a couple SPL guys at the last MLG, and they are legitimately mechanical monsters. So a lot of the GSL guys that we've come to know and love, they were actually like unsuccessful A-teamers or they were B-teamers. And to be honest, that didn't necessarily matter that much to me, because in StarCraft 2 they were god tier for whatever reason. But mechanically, they are actually a step or two below these legendary Kespa players. And for me, that was really cool to see. I sat behind, Rain as well as a few others, even So and a couple other guys, but they were just actually so fast and so completely sound on the keyboard and mouse that you had to look at that and be impressed. And to me, in Brood War, that was a lot of what we spent our time trying to impress people with. When we said, like, oh, you've got to see a Korean pro gamer, the first thing we talked about was APM and mechanics. We were like, watch how that guy plays. It's refreshing to see them come back into the game because they make this game look like a physical sport.
It's true. What do you think about it? Been kind of silent.
What, just about the Pro League in general?
Yeah, just in general, your thoughts.
I mean, we've got a lot of saturation in content, so people argue, well, it's just another league. It's tougher to follow because of the time zones. But I think it's something new. It's something exciting. It's something that has a lot of tradition, and as a result, like I'm in. Like I mean, I had no problem spending the the non-expensive price of
Right.
$5. It's
Yeah.
just like Jesus Christ. And guys, like, I know if you're like me, you have troubles like people. What do you want for Christmas? Your buddy will spend $5 on you to get you a pro league pass for real. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's great. So I hope they can do something with it. I don't know how the pro league side of things have been doing, but knowing how league has been doing in Korea, I'm guessing pretty well. So I don't see them putting these guys out at all. So I hope they get better. And who knows what'll happen with Heart of the Swarm. And
Yeah. I think that's another
and
big topic
also,
too,
guys, I mean, watching EGTL is fucking awesome.
It is.
Like, I mean, no one's even just
let's
kind of
talk about
skimmed
that
over it.
some.
But
Yeah.
What's
let's
that?
talk
Do we
about
need
that
to
some.
do we need to address their performance so
I
far?
would love to hear what
Sure.
Tyler from Team Liquid and Jeff from EG have to say about their performance thus far. So, Jeff, why don't you take it away?
Well, okay, so I'll start off with a very typical kind of defensive reaction. The first one would be, I mean, obviously, right? So the first clan war was pretty rushed put together. A lot of the guys traveled that day. Thorzane obviously got, communicated that would you like to go to Korea and live there for a few months. He's like, okay. Got on a plane, and 2 days later is playing the Pro League. So there's kind of a typical story with that. So that, in my opinion, is excusable. It sucks because, like you'd expect from an EGTL merger like that, there was so much hype. Team Liquid predicted them to be the number one team. EG made no small amount of hype on their own social media. So, of course, when we get 0-4'd, it's like, LOL, what are you talking about? But I feel like the excuses were there. The second match, we're playing CJ Antis, the previous season's champions. These are guys that are fielding a few more of the better players. To be honest, I'm still not blown away by their lineup. It's not as scary as for me like an STX team. But definitely Hero from Team CJ looked impressive. I think his PvP and PvT in particular are very scary. And he did a pretty good bashing of Tasia there, but it's not Tasia's fault. He's been struggling in that matchup for a while, and like I said, Hero looked world-class. But we came pretty close. I want that kind of performance to continue, and if you can see in our third match, it's an all-Korean lineup. It's got Hero, it's got Tasia, JOP Jaedong, Puma. I feel like it has the right characters in the right place. But for me, what's going to be interesting, and I think what people should keep a critical eye on, gone are the days, and this is going to build off a point that Wheat brought up, gone are the days where we excuse the effect of a pro gamer house. So a lot of people were very critical of the lair initially in Arizona. Then we would talk about like playing on the NA server, latency, media responsibilities, that kind of stuff. So that kind of muddled. The lab in Korea with a conglomeration between Team Liquid and EG, there's no excuses. Those guys, and if this is news to people, I'm going to be here to break that to you. Most of those guys are fairly permanently in Korea. They're there for the Pro League. That's constant exposure in one of the most prestigious leagues in the entire world. We're the only foreigner team, or foreigner-owned team in Korea, so all eyes are on us as far as the Western world. It's a tremendous opportunity, but if we do really poorly, if our guys are traveling and have the excuse of I'm really tired, I can't play as well, or my practice is getting split up because I'm doing other things as well, then there's no excuse for that. It's terrible. So my expectation, and I hope everyone else's expectation, is on them improving as time goes on, as they have more time in actual Korean training environment where they have a coach, they have a circle house of Korean top tier level professional players. If that hurts, it's gonna be bad.
Tyler, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll just come back to the format again because I really think the format plays a big role, and everyone except the EGTL players is really experienced at this format, and this is what a big, when I was at Istro, Pro League was, I think it's just true for all of the teams in Korea that Pro League kind of took priority. There were a few very rare cases where the individual leagues took priority and the team actually, adjusted so that an individual player could do better in an individual league. For the most part, the team is thinking about Pro League day in, day out. And, that's all the lesser players who you don't ever get to see play. Their job is just to help prepare the better players for their next Pro League match. Like that's until the lineup is announced, you can do whatever. But when the lineup's announced, that's when it was like, okay, this guy's going to play Protoss. Let's get every like B team or Protoss together and help this guy prepare against his Protoss opponent.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Like, and they've been doing this for years, like a decade now almost.
Yeah.
So like,
And Tyler, I mean, isn't that how a lot of like famous builds and like stuff kind of came out of nowhere by them?
The term sniper.
yeah,
Snipers
yeah.
are used in Pro League format.
Yeah, it's insane because you just get a couple of really brilliant minds, people who really know the game well, and then that's all they do is focus on this one single game, this one best of one on one map and one matchup for like several days in a row, and they're gonna come up with something crazy. And once in a while, it's something very revolutionary, and it actually takes place a permanent spot in the matchup for the next who knows how long.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what these guys do. I think that would be their primary. If you ask them how do they practice to be a StarCraft player, this is their primary answer: is this Pro League format.
And I'm excited because some byproducts of what Tyler's talking about, by the way, like people were like, oh wow, EG signs Revival after Jaedong, and EG partners with Team Liquid for a Pro League team. Well, that's because next year, 2013. You want to see guys travel less. You want Jaedong to stay in Korea for Pro League. You want Hero and Tasia to do less travel. But here's the byproduct of that. When they do travel, when they're like, okay, Tasia and Hero are going to MLG, holy shit, that's actually amazing. In 2012, it was like, oh, Hero and Tasia are at another tournament. Okay, I've already seen them 4 times this month. Like, that's not that big of a deal. But when it's like, boom, Hero is stepping down from his throne in Korea to go compete in America, the new fans are more energized, the tournament itself is more exciting. Like, I think this is a really good thing, and I hope it works out that way.
I mean, we've been oversaturated with tournaments.
We really have.
It's just a fact. Like, we've been oversaturated in a lot of ways. And when like a couple of months ago the community was getting really like depressed and shit about how like things were shutting down, like players were switching games, a league was shutting down, a team was shutting down, whatever. It's like, dude, we purposely had more shit going on than we knew that we could handle, and the best shit was going to win out. And it was, things were going to change and things were going to slightly reduce, and we knew that was going to happen. Right. And this is a way that it's going to, this is a way that it's going to work out, is that you've got to have players who are mostly in one spot. And a thing like Pro League is exactly the kind of filler content, but while it's filler content, it's also arguably the most prestigious thing in StarCraft ever.
It's
So
and
it's your base, and then the other stuff is bonus. And so you want traveling to be a little more rare, and I think it'll work out better like this. But I did want to round out my first point, because we are talking about how EGTL got their asses kicked in 2 matches. And the fact is that these Korean teams, are better at that kind of stuff. They're more experienced at that. Our players have been playing a different brand of StarCraft, where you're playing marathon tournaments over a weekend, where you have to beat a lot of lesser players, so to speak, with worse mechanics than you. You do different builds for that, and you have to prepare for a wider range of things, and it's not an easy skill to just instantly pick up, where you're like, okay, I got to win this one map once. And these Korean StarCraft 1 players who played Brood War till the end, we all know that they're mechanical beasts. They can also figure out build orders when they put their minds to it. You put those two things together, and that's how they can so quickly beat the best players in the world, because they have the mechanics to back it up. They all work together to figure out a build to do. And they just go out there, they each execute their own build really, really well, and then they 4-0 us. That's just what happens. So we gotta get our grounding a little bit, because the maps are a little weird for us. We got to figure out the maps too, and we got to get rested up, and then we got to put out the strongest lineups we can. Right. We got to get smart at choosing our lineups, because that's like a meta strategy of the Pro League, is choosing your lineups properly. And so we're going to get good at all that. And then I think the talent that our team has is going to show. Yep.
In terms of the selection, how are those done? I know they're done prior to the actual play day, but do they just choose a player to go down, or it's blind pick, right?
No, I mean, they look at the maps and they think which map is better for what race, but then they also look at previous players put out on said map. So if they're playing CJ Entis and they know that effort is very likely to be put on this map, then they might try to snipe him with, like, say, a Protoss player, which is his weakest matchup. So that's kind of the thought process that goes into it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You're studying your opponent. You're basically watching the film of your opponent and figuring out what their tendencies are, looking at the strengths of your own team, and then just trying to do, best fit.
And then
Can I say this, by the way, too?
Go ahead.
We want Pro League to do very well, not because we think it's necessarily better or because we think it has a better business model or something like that, but we want the GSL to have competition. We want Korea to be a complicated place where both leagues are pushing to do better.
Right.
Let's use the Western model. It used to be MLG and then IPL. And those two, I think, have driven themselves to a place where every time MLG or IPL had a snafu or some kind of bad production thing, we looked at them and said, oh, look at IPL or look at MLG, they're now rising. But in the midst of that, I think NASL was challenged, too, to be a better league. And I think that kind of competition is good. So we start talking about saturation. I think that's definitely an issue we'll have. But I think Pro League kind of solves, it's like a 5 birds, 1 stone scenario where it's like, Tyler talked about how you're going to have to be based in Korea. You have that regular content, so there's less incentive to take a Puma and put him on a plane for 3 months. And there's more incentive to leave them there because you're still getting that exposure. But then it's more like, okay, Idra, let's travel you around because you're just kind of a step below the regular guys. And it's no diss to him. It's just kind of the fact of the matter it is right now. So he's not necessarily going to be in Korea for a year, but he could be the guy that hops on a plane for an MLG, but then is also training in Korea. That makes it more exclusive, which is better for everybody, and more competition, which I think, again, is better for everybody.
When is Stefano planning on going over there? He is planning on going over there, right? First off?
Yeah, they didn't tell me not to say this, so I guess if I'm teamless tomorrow,
you know,
you guys can hop on Twitter, but he's going to be there beginning in, I want to say, January, and he'll stay there till February, I believe.
Awesome.
But that's all I can say.
Okay. Cool. I would think of all the foreigners that can represent you guys over there, I would think that he would probably do the best.
Absolutely. And I actually talked to him about this at DreamHack. I was like, hey, you need to get your ass in Korea. And he goes, no, I don't do better. I have a terrible French accent. I won't even try it after that. But people have to drink. That's on the drinking game. Anyways, He's like, I don't do better when I have to prepare for an opponent. And I was like, well, you do pretty good against guys where you're just playing off the cuff. So wouldn't it stand to reason that you'd play better if you only had to train for like a ZVT for that week? And he's like, fuck off. I don't want your logic. Like, he's like, it did make sense to him, but he will do better. Like, absolutely. Yeah. I think one of the things people are going to learn about Stefano is that a lot of his personality and a lot of what he puts out there is actually a semi-defense mechanism. He doesn't want people to assume he's going to win and put that pressure on him. He prefers it, that people are excited about him and encourage him to win, but that they don't just like put that pressure on him. He's kind of a guy that's susceptible to nerves, so he takes very careful steps to make it look like he doesn't give a fuck, and he's not training and he's not caring, but inside he really does care. He's actually very concerned with that.
Well, let's see. They went 0-4 the first night. Then they went to the ace match, actually. Was that Saturday evening? Saturday or Friday evening, I forget. Yeah. And then they play again later tonight, correct?
Yeah, they play tonight.
And tonight they've put in all the Koreans. Thorzane and Huck no longer in the lineup. Do you guys know about the other team? Is it a good shot tonight for a win, or you guys have any thoughts on that?
Their hardest 2 matches are in the first 4, and the way the format goes is if you don't win a couple of your first matches, you obviously get 4-0'd or 4-1. So
right. I
feel like they're much more favored at the bottom of the draw, but at the top it's a little bit more convoluted, so it'll go back and forth.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what time that's starting. I believe TLO and Adebisi are casting that later tonight.
Yes.
I want to say it starts at...
This is the fucking late night.
2 a.m. Central? Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that's right. So tune into that. Is there more Blizzard Cup tonight?
Hang on.
What's that?
JP, I'm considering opening my big fat mouth about something again.
Do it.
Yeah, do it, man.
Well, fucking Wheat says to do it. I mean,
Just do it.
hang on. If it comes out of the hang on, I got a prop for this. If it comes out of the monkey's mouth, right?
Wait. You have to drink before you tell us.
All right.
You have to
Take a
drink
swig.
before you tell us. You have to.
Hang on.
You have to finish
All
your
right, I'll do that. That's fine.
goblet.
Holy shit.
Oh shit!
So
Okay.
smooth.
All right. So fucking day 9. That laugh is so amazing. Anyways, okay. Here's the deal with SBL, and seriously, I might be teamless tomorrow. So again, guys, get on your Twitter. I'm worth every dime. I'll do the best I can for the team. The way the SPL works right now, the reason why this feels kind of thrown together, the English cast, is because obviously something happened in Korea where conversations broke down between Doa's group and Kespa itself, and the broadcast got thrown out. So it's very, very sucky for Doa. But basically what happened was SPL recognized that it's extremely important that they have an English broadcast. So they did, as Doa said, approached a lot of English broadcasters. And they said, hey, can we move you out to Korea, pay you a salary to commentate for us? And they were like, they went after a lot of the big names. So a lot of the big names said, no, I've got a gig here, or there's no reason for me to move out, etc. So the next thing that happened was Team Liquid / EG approached him and said, hey, we could do the broadcast for you. We have studios. We have great production. We are connected to everybody, like Total Biscuit, like MrBitter, etc.
Mhm.
We could do that for you. And SPL said, okay, let's see how you do. So the first few broadcasts, our people are doing that as an example to SPL to show them what we're capable of. They're not being paid for it. And that was kind of a flip, too. It was kind of funny reading a lot of the comments. People thought that EGTL bought the rights to do the broadcast. It's not how it works.
I was kind of I was talking to Slasher about this actually too, because about I don't know, maybe a month ago, MLG was saying like, hey, we're doing everything possible to try to work with Kespa and try to bring you guys these matches, and then it went silent. So
Yeah.
I mean, do you know what happened? Because I have no clue. I'm very curious to know.
With what?
Like, why did EG just swoop in and say, let us do it? Or
No. They didn't swoop in. It was a bid. So
Oh,
several
okay,
factions talked to them and said, we feel like we could do it. EGTL said, give us a shot. SPL recognized, obviously, kind of the Western grip that EG/TL has and said, okay, let's see what you got. So these first broadcasts are a bit of a test for SPL. They're to show them that we're capable of doing it, we can handle it, and we can bring them the numbers. If that does happen, the English broadcast will be done that way. And again, one of the important things to remind people, the ideal scenario is for people to be in Korea commentating. There's nobody that will tell you otherwise. But unfortunately, of the established or competent casters that could do that aren't under another umbrella, which by the way is Doa and Monte Cristo, those casters don't exist. The people that can pick up their lives and move to Korea right now, it just doesn't exist. So the best scenario we can get is an EGTL broadcast where 4 nights a week, some pairing of EG/TL is bringing to you that Western broadcast. And I think that we've done a good enough job that we'll probably get that gig, and I think that'd be really good for the year.
Yeah, I thought when TB and Bitter were doing it was fine. Obviously, there were some issues with Total Biscuit's internet dropping out, which he doesn't really have any control over.
Guys, like, I want to go to bat for them too, because there's a couple things. Like, first off, they're casting off of like, this is what you are forced to look at.
Right.
And I mean, anyone will tell you, just like, you sit there and try to like figure out a game from no one, just like watching someone and not being able to check, do they have this, get that information, and it makes it so much harder. But additionally, it does have that, we're streaming a stream.
Yeah.
So if that stream goes down, then fucking two things are destroyed.
Now, here's what I want to say about that, though. Like, the first few broadcasts, understandably, Total Biscuit, MrBitter had, like, Biscuit was running the production, so there was obviously like, oh, XSplit crashed, or our connection to the Korean stream went down. Oh, what are we going to do? That's okay for the first few, but I do want to say to the community, like, as we push forward, I expect the commentators to research these different players that we're not being exposed to otherwise. I expect the commentators, to be good at handling the confusion that DJ Wheat just described. Like, there's going to be weird times where they're like, I think a drop's happening, but the observer for the Korean broadcast is going to be looking at some fucking, like, 3 zealots doing battle with 2 zerglings, and we're going to be like,
And it's not
more
legend,
on that
dude.
later.
It's not. Yeah, exactly.
You got to be good about that. And that's the challenges. But also, and Total Biscuit talked about this on the forums, we're going to be casting at really bad hours.
Mhm.
Now let's do this. Okay? Get ready. Let's complain about it right now. It's late hours. We're tired. It's the job you got to fucking do.
Yeah.
Okay? So from this point forward, when commentators are casting the Pro League, the fans deserve a person that researched the players, because you have to research them. I have not seen effort play in 6 MLGs and 5 IPLs, okay? I need to go do my homework. The players, or the community deserves commentators that are cool with downtime, because that's going to fucking happen. It's going to fucking happen. And then you better get you guys get ready to drink. You better get your monsters out, because it's late at night, so you got to suck down that caffeine like it's the sweet hot juice of the hottest dude you've ever seen in your life. You just got to you got to chug that shit, because that's what's going to happen. It's late at night.
I just had to fill that
True
in there.
story.
True story. All right. Let's take a quick break here. I know a lot of people in the chat. Do you want to just do that? Do you guys have anything else to say?
Wait. Let's have a drink.
All right.
Everyone's
Let's
got
have
to
a
finish
drink.
their drink.
Drink
Hold on.
moment.
Wait, finish it.
Finish
I
it.
can't
Can
finish
we do a
it.
toast? Can we each of us
Let's do a toast. Let's do a toast. What are we toasting
Alright,
to,
you don't
Jeff?
have to finish it.
JP.
What's-
JP, start us off.
I'm the one. What? You're the one that wanted to
I'll
do the
start us
toast.
off.
You
I'll
start
start
us
us
off.
I would like to toast to the yearly tradition of hanging out with amazing StarCraft people, enjoying some beverages, and talking in front of the best goddamn community in all of gaming. I fucking love you guys. I would give each and every one of you a blowjob or conolingus.
And he can do that now. He's married, right?
I can do that. So thank you all. Thank you all. Drink.
That's good.
Drink. And you have to drink the whole drink, too. We're getting drunk here. Let's go.
Wait, we have to each toast and drink a drink before the drink. I don't.
Yeah, you got to drink the whole drink.
know.
Just finish your drink. We'll just cut to a commercial here. That was
Good, because
terrible.
I won't have enough otherwise. Ready?
That was bad. All right, guys, we'll be right back. When we come back, let's take some calls. We'll take some calls. You guys can bring up the topics.
Oh fuck,
Yeah, this is where I put Weed in the hot seat, because he's the one that's running all.
dude, there's no fucking hot seat. All I have to do is press a button, accept a phone call, and then they talk. Like, you know.
Well,
You-
if
Jeff.
You're in the hot seat. You can try to avoid it as much as you want, JP. Jeff knows what's up.
My
You
job
fucking-
is to find every joke funny, otherwise I'm an attention whore. Try doing that job. That's really fucking hard. You gotta
JP, don't fuck up.
don't fuck up.
Fuck up.
When we come back, we'll find out if I fuck up. See you guys then. Oh, that's the wrong song. I already fucked up, guys.
Spider.
Spider, stop. Spider.
Spider.
Spider. All right, guys, welcome back to... Shut up, song. Stop doing your thing. Let's take some calls. Do you have calls coming in?
Yeah.
All right, pick the best name that you got. Let's just go with it.
Well, they're all numbers because you gave them a number. So we got area code 919.
Oh, that's fucking. That's North Carolina.
Yeah, that's North Carolina.
What's up, North Carolina?
Holly Springs. What's up? I wanted to ask you, what do you think the fucking seeker missile is all about?
What do you think the seeker missile is all about? Is that what you're asking?
What do you think their intentions were for making it a single shot, 300 damage thing?
Jeff, Tyler, you guys want to jump in here?
Yeah, I got an easy answer. All right, so
Hold on, let me preface this with thank you, Blizzard, for providing us with 100 of the Swarm Beta keys. You guys are awesome. Jeff, take it away.
big problems with Terran. Okay, dealing with those brood lords. What better way to deal with a brood lord than to come up with a spell that specifically kills a fucking brood lord? Okay, so for just the low cost of 100 energy and no upgrade time, you yourself can actually pick one brood lord to say, fuck you, I don't want you here anymore. And that's pretty awesome.
What? Caller?
He agreed with me. Can I say this? How
Sure.
cute is it? Like, I'm trying to see the panel of Blizzard people that are like, Seeker Missile. Guys, we're seeing way too much of the Seeker Missile in gameplay right now. Let's try and cut down on the effectiveness of it, but at the same time, increase the frequency for which we see it, right? But that's all understandable, I guess. I could see that. But where does the idea come out that in what world do you develop a missile that pops out of the vehicle, stops, waits for a while, and then kills something? It's like the neener missile. It pops out and it's like, you're fucked in like 6 seconds. But if you get away from me, I don't know. I guess I don't get there.
Well,
So
it's
who
sort
does
of
that?
like Yamato cannon.
It is.
I mean, you can't dodge
Oh.
the Yamato, but it's the charge up time.
It's true.
But the
Right.
charge up time for the Seeker missile is longer, right?
I don't know.
It's
Fucking
long enough.
Terran.
It's ambiguous. Let me say this: the period of time for when the Seeker missile pops out and when it does something, it's not enough time where it's bad, but it's not little enough time where you can rule out like it's just an animation thing. You have to imagine that Blizzard's like, for those people that can do 2-second micro, this is gonna be fucking awesome. And there's gonna be one fucking game where a broodlord gets targeted, and the guy immediately clicks the broodlord and runs it away, and it's like. And it like floats away at 2 miles per hour.
Okay.
And
Dude,
then it
if
gets
stays
away.
in, that's gonna be so dramatic, man. Blizzard's putting shit in for the spectators.
No, if a Hellion gets targeted and it runs away, it might be dramatic. But the fucking Broodlord tries to run away. No.
It's too fucking like it doesn't
Dude,
have
no.
It
Hey,
only
whenever.
So what? Let me ask you this, Tyler. Let me ask you this. What Zerg unit do you target that you want to die? It's an Infestor or it's a Broodlord, both of which are slow as shit. So what micro do they imagine happening where it's like an Infestor
Okay,
that's
let
like,
me flip this on you and GFT.
Shit.
When you see a Raven cast a Seeker missile, you're gonna think in your head, my job for the next 10 seconds is easy as fuck. I'm just gonna be staring at this shit, and then it's gonna charge up, and then the missile's gonna come out, and we're gonna watch it. It's gonna blow something the hell up, and then I'm gonna scream, and then then I get a paycheck. That's what you guys are gonna
Then he's
think.
gonna pay.
And the spectators are all gonna cheer.
You know
No,
what's the worst about that though? They made it anticlimactic because it doesn't have area effect damage, so it's gonna be like you're gonna hear the Korean commentators go like, "Oh, Seeker missile," and then it hits the Broodlord. They're like, "The Broodlord's gone. Oh, he's only got 16 more." Like, who cares? Who cares?
That's the part I don't
Oh
get.
man.
That's the part I don't get.
Oh, dude, I can't speak to the balance. I'll say, as a Protoss player, if I'm watching a TVZ, I'm gonna like when the Terran uses secret missiles. I don't care if it's like fabricated drama. I can't happen.
You know what's my
Like,
favorite part? In this
you know
world
what,
where
no, what I want to do is the second he starts a Raven, the second Apollo is like, oh, he made 12th SCV and not just 11, he's going Ravens. When Apollo that at that moment, that's when my anticipation starts. It doesn't end until that secret missile blows up
Until it goes
one
off.
Brood Lord.
dude,
That's
you know what's my favorite part though?
That's a fan of TVZ.
We all fucking witnessed, okay? The patch happened, and then there was a Pro League match immediately after, and we watched the first Raven. I think it was Tage or somebody. Maybe it was Flash against Zenyo. Shot the first Seeker missile at Zerglings and Baneling. Do you guys remember this? It was my favorite moment ever because I think it was Total Biscuit and Bitter casting, and they're like, the Seeker missile, and it like hit a fucking Baneling. It hit a Baneling, and they were like,
I think I remember that actually.
okay,
remember
it's not that amazing. And my favorite part too is that, like, again, even though we're like almost 3 years into StarCraft 2, I still have a Brood War mind. I remember back in Brood War, things didn't change, so it's kind of weird when stuff changes. But here in StarCraft 2, this patch happens. Tage is playing in front of like 15,000 people for a Pro League match. It's a really important game. Or not Tage, excuse me, but Flash. And he doesn't know that it doesn't have area effect damage. He didn't target a Baneling. He thought he was splashing all the Banelings and Zerglings. He killed the Baneling. He was like, oh. Right? I don't know what else to do. Right? That was cool, I guess. Like, thankfully he was winning everywhere else, so it was okay.
I'm trying to find a video of Seeker
I'm gonna.
missiles, but it's
Hey,
impossible.
caller. Thanks.
Yeah. Let's bring in another
Welcome.
caller. Thank you for the
Shout out
question.
From North Carolina.
Shout outs to North Carolina.
There you go.
Yeah.
And if how can we actually give him a key?
Let's
by
take
the
this
way.
one. Let's take this one, JP. It's unknown phone number.
All right, let's do it.
I just don't know why, but they're always good.
They're always good.
I feel like unknown phone number. You could be calling from the moon. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Holy shit. How did I get on?
Dude,
You're unknown, man.
you are the lucky winner.
I am the lucky winner. I actually didn't think I'd get on to really make a question.
Well,
But
that
Well, what-
wasn't smart.
That wasn't very smart,
well,
caller.
don't worry,
Broke
I'll,
the
I'll
first
wing it. I'll
rule.
wing it.
Okay, yes.
I'll
That's what I
wing
like
it.
to hear. Go.
All right. What do you guys think will be the biggest difference in Heart of the Swarm from Wings of Liberty? And can I have a beta key?
Well, at least you asked.
At least you asked.
See?
I don't know how we can give you a beta key without other people spamming me the same way that I tell you to spam me.
Well, now every caller that calls in is going to try to do it, so you should do it on the down low. You got to imagine, like,
All right,
you
so we're
know,
not
he just
giving
asked you to buy
them a
sack,
beta key.
JP, you're
That
just
wink.
kind of giving it to him on the DL. No one needs to know about it.
All right. We'll figure out. I don't know how to give him a key. but-
And you know, the obvious answer to the caller's question is that clans. Come on. I mean,
yeah, me and Weed are in a clan.
it's gonna change everything, you guys. So who cares what even new units they added? They got clans now.
I made a
So
clan. It's called Nuts. You can join
Hey.
the Noonie Nuts. You can
A
go
little bit
nuts
of a
with
history
us.
for you. Tyler's old alias was Noni Nut.
It was.
There you go.
There was a nut attached to me.
I know this because Tyler and I have been fucking together for like 20 fucking years, man.
Yeah, I switched from that to 88,
Hmm.
and then that was Jeff's clan.
And Tyler actually broke my heart a little bit. Actually, we're getting so off subject. Doesn't even make sense anymore.
Fuck
but,
it, man. We're drunk.
Doesn't matter.
What were we gonna
Anyways.
say?
Tyler, fuck your question. We're talking about.
Real quick, the day 88 died was the day I got offered to join Templars of Twilight, TOT, Mondragon's team. And Tyler gave, like, he said, like, I'll respect your decision, but I'm really sad that you're doing this. And I was like, ugh! So it was a dagger to the heart. Anyways, the actual answer to your question, by the way, DJ Wheat was actually incorrect on that.
Clans, man.
And I'm gonna do this. And I actually, if this was like full on mainstream StarCraft 2 where everything we said was endorsed or sponsored by someone, this comment is endorsed and sponsored by SKMC.
Okay.
The biggest difference in Heart of the Swarm is Protoss will actually start fucking winning.
Ooh.
That's actually a true statement.
They're really good in Heart of the Swarm.
I
They're
think
really
they are
good.
going to rename it before it comes out to Heart of the Void, and then also have Legacy of the Void after that, because it's not actually a Zerg expansion in Control.
No, I can't wait because each of the expansions are supposed to be like little hot beef injections into that race. So supposedly in this next one, Zerg's supposed to get even better. Blizzard realized that would be a crock of shit. I'm sorry, but JP's pulling some magic on the stream. JP, you're a wizard. I love you. That face.
I thought it fit. I thought it fit. Continue on. Sorry.
Honestly, like the idea between Heart of the Swarm is that the game gets harder. I feel like so. A lot of the races got units that actually require thought processes and micro. You can go down to the fucking Widow Mine, which it rewards people that put it in intelligent places. At 2 supply, if you just haphazardly use it, I think that could actually be kind of a subtle punishment to the Terran player. Like, oh no, you have 8 supply tied up in something that's not actually being utilized right now, so that's hurting you. For Protoss, which I think has a much more dramatic effect, the Spellcaster's Oracle, the earlier Mama Core, or Baby Core, as I like to call it, but then also things like the Tempest, which becomes a little bit less of a micro-oriented unit. That's a little bit more A-movie, with its range. Like, the really good Protoss are going to fucking right-click Broodlords. But otherwise, it's not that big of a deal. But the Oracle, kind of expensive, comes from a Stargate, but is a specific spellcaster use. I like that. I think the game gets harder. I think Protoss has a lot more answers, it has a lot more diversity, and anytime you add diversity to a race, that race becomes harder to play against because you now have to guess about different tech paths.
Yeah. Dude, like, Protoss and Wings is just lacking some tools. And so Heart of the Storm is just going to add some much-needed complexity, I think. Because, like, we just didn't have that worker harass. We just straight up didn't have it in the mid game. Like, there's very little we could do just to do some worker harass, and that was like, I don't know. Brood War was so much about being able to go around and kill workers, and doing that while positioning your army in the middle of the map.
Yes.
Doing that while expanding, doing that while teching. It's like if you could execute a good build order while doing harass, then that was the best way to play in a lot of situations.
Yes.
And like Protoss, we've been stuck with all-in builds. We've been stuck with either going for 200 supply or, doing a 2-base all-in or a 3-base all-in. And it's just kind of sucked. And I think Heart of the Swarm is going to add some complexity, and it's going to be great. And, yeah.
I even like things like, how many times have we watched a pro match where a medevac drop is queued up and it just runs into a spore crawler and a queen and like 8 zerglings, and we're just like, oh, that was dumb, it died easily. That kind of stuff happened a lot, and I'm not saying in the Heart of the Storm it'll necessarily happen less, but the game will reward people that pay more attention with things like the medevac boost.
Sure.
All of a sudden it's more rewarding to a Terran player not necessarily to queue up that drop, but to rather use that to get past stack defenses or to escape units that are put in position to counter that drop. But then in addition to that, I think we get away from the 1 or 2 hotkey syndrome, which a lot of players suffer from. And before the chat goes crazy, guilty. Yes, I know. Anyways, the Oracle, separate hotkey. The Mama Core should be a part of your battle force as it does have recall. So that should be something on a separate hotkey as well. For Zerg players, a lot of times people complain about the average old Broodlord Infestor. Well, now where does the Viper come into play? Where does the Swarm Host come into play? I feel like their composition gets more complicated. And here's the backside of that. A lot of people look at that and they're like, what, Zerg gets more good units, all of a sudden they're even better? I don't think so. I think the Viper is an interesting taxation of gas away from that composition, but it rewards players that have more micro-intensive gameplay. But then also the Swarm Host. That's not an A-move unit. You have to burrow it, you have to pick it up and move it. It's expensive, and at the same time, it's kind of fragile, so if you put it in bad situations, it's a waste of money. I like these dynamics. I think in Heart of the Swarm, the game gets more rewarding for better players, and it becomes more rewarding for observers as well.
I
Yeah.
just want to throw out one other thing, guy. I think that detection is going to be. I mean, when I see hot stuff, I feel like detection is really sort of half-assed in Wings of Liberty, and now you're going to have detection with an army so that you don't just fucking walk into 2 spider mines that just or widow mines, excuse me.
Widow mines
So
are insane, man.
except for maybe like VP versus P other than just normal DT detection, and I have seen people going mothership a lot earlier that way, but I feel like you're gonna have to always be thinking about that as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you guys happen to watch the? Before that, let's send the caller off
Sweet.
because I feel
Thanks,
bad. keeping-
caller.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
caller.
you, guys.
And by the way, if you call in, you just don't want to listen to rambling and not participate, then just hang up.
Yeah, just hang up. Did you guys catch the House of the Swarm? Any of those matches, Jeff or Tyler, or even
I
we?
didn't see it.
Unfortunately, no.
There was a game where Crank against Ryung did a proxy nexus and then used that cannon that you could put on the nexus, and he actually
Yeah.
just won.
He proxy nexus like in his base, not
In
necessarily
the net, it was like in the
base.
I'm gonna be
natural.
honest with you, I was the second guy to do that.
Were you?
Oh
I
shit!
don't know,
Oh,
but
shit.
I'm calling it, and I've got the show to do it.
Okay,
So I-
release the
He's stalling.
replay, Jeff. Do it.
second guy to do Crank.
All right,
I don't know.
I got a question for you. How can we have Mr. Bitter call you on that other account right now? Do you have
just-
him on that account?
Yeah. You should just call in.
Let's bring him in. When he gets in, you guys have to finish your drinks, so be prepared for that.
Oh, shit,
not
let me
not
look
on
up
the
the
show, the viewers.
Fuck,
I'm just gonna call him right now.
this is such a good night.
It is a good night.
Do you guys know how good of a night this is?
No, how good is it?
It's a good night.
Jeff, I just want you to know that someone screen grabbed this, and I thought it was
Jesus
hilarious.
Fucking Christ.
Is it the one where I'm doing the infestor trying to run away face?
No, it's more of a Jabba the Hutt face.
Can I? Yes, that's the infestor trying to run away. Can I? Quick side story. So that's a good face. Let me tell you this though, okay, guys? Real quick. If you go to Disney World, you are guaranteed to see 2 things. Okay?
Yep. What's up, guys?
One,
Hold on, Ben. Shut up.
one
Jeff.
Okay.
festival on pleasure barges. I called them pleasure barges because that's what Jabba the Hutt rode on in Return of the Jedi. And 2, you're going to see crying babies. But more importantly, number 1 on the fat people on pleasure barges, it's really fun to watch because that face you see right there, that's the face they're making most of the time. It's really exciting.
Ben, what's going on?
Hello, JP, and hello, everybody else. What's up,
Ben, I
Jeff?
fucking love you. You're such a good dude.
Congratulations on finally feeling the inside of a vagina.
Thank you, dude. It's excellent. It's so good.
I can't follow it up. Ben, welcome to the show, man. It's your show now. You've won. You're now the host.
You know what though?
I-
Off of
the
Ben's
host?
comment. Okay, listen. I got one
Jesus.
thing to say. I feel like a lot of people appropriately made fun of me for being a virgin until I was 27. But in the 2 weeks I've been married, I feel like I've surpassed most of the people that made fun of me having sex. So back at you, bitches.
That's good. That's good. Ben, let's
Yep.
talk about NASL, man.
Let's do it. Let's
So-
talk about the North American Star League.
You guys just wrapped up. What season was this? You guys are banging them out over there. What is that? 4? 5?
Our 4th season. Our fourth official season is
So-
in the books.
I
I'm
want to say
embarrassed
that
JP didn't know that.
I am.
actually.
I'm not embarrassed about it. Whatever.
Sorry.
I think
I'm
you guys.
apologizing on behalf of JP.
It's
I think-
okay. It's okay.
I think you guys, out of all the other leagues out there, probably do the best when it comes to giving the players kind of a character and actually drawing upon those personalities.
But
More
apparently not good enough to tell people what season you're on for the league.
Dude, they do them so often, man. We's just out to
You know,
get me, man.
if you
He's just
remember the
upset.
storylines and not the number, that's still
Exactly.
good for us.
Look, Wheat's mad because I gave everyone the same size boxes. He's not used to that over on his shows. He hasn't figured it out yet.
You didn't make that shit. Shut up. Someone else made it for you.
Exactly.
Taking all their
Damn it.
credit.
But storylines, man. You guys, I think out of any other league, you guys are doing the best right now in terms of
Thank you.
storylines. In terms of season 5, when are you guys started? Has there been a date yet?
There is a date. I don't think that I'm allowed to announce it yet. It'll start.
Oh, come on. Come on.
In April. It'll start after Heart of the Swarm. No, it's not like it's a secret. It's nothing like that. But when Heart of the Swarm comes out, we're gonna start the week after. So.
Oh, wow.
They announced that date.
Yeah, it will be Heart of the Swarm. So it'll be late.
wow.
Early.
Fantastic.
So what are you guys doing in the off time till then? Because that's in March, isn't it?
Yeah, that's March. March.
So
April.
yeah, you're starting the
we've
week
got
after
a couple
March.
of different things on the table, potentially. Well, it's really undecided. My boss was actually in meetings all day today. I haven't called him yet to check in and see if there were any decisions made. But it could be as simple as. What's up?
Are you wasting our fucking time right now? Can I ask that?
It could be as
Did you
simple.
come on and literally go like, yeah, NASL's great, and we may or may not start season 5 at some undisputed point of time that my boss will let us know eventually. And do you guys have any other questions that I've made an answer?
Started the whole NASL thing. So, hey guys, I'm really can't see what it is. We're trying to get a torch, man.
Oh yeah.
We're good now.
They
Welcome back to State of the Game. None of that actually happened. We're back. Hey, Bitter, I heard you adopted a cat. What's going on with?
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus.
You really want to ask about that? I adopted a cat. It's a really cool cat. I tweet pictures of my cat sometimes. Go to my Twitter, twitter.com/MrBitterTV. You'll see my cat.
All right. So what's changing? What are you guys looking to evolve now with NASL? Because obviously from season 1 to now, the production has skyrocketed. But what are you guys looking to change now, moving forward to the next season? Jeff, you'll get your question.
All right.
We want to continue to build on the whole kind of production elements of the show. We want to continue to focus on being a show that you tune in to be entertained rather than just to get a bunch of games sort of thrown at you. We don't want to be second best. We want to put on the best StarCraft show on the internet. So that's kind of where we're moving, and that's where we're working as hard as we can to get.
Crappy answer for a shitty question. Jeff,
Yes.
go ahead.
Here we go. What?
Oh, he's got to talk to Anna. I think that means you guys have to drink. Oh,
I'm ready, Jeff.
Mr. Bitter, you ready for this? This is fucking some drama. You ready?
Let's go.
Some of your finals have had pretty shitty audiences numbers, like very low given how much you've done in production. I'm a little bit drunk.
Yep.
What are you gonna do about that? Why do you guys have such shitty offline finals in terms of audiences?
Okay, cool. Thank you for asking that question. I was hoping it would come up at some point. For our season 4 final.
No problem, Ben. No problem.
Are you running for president? Thank you for asking that question. Hey, just give us the truth.
Sean, settle down.
Oh.
Cheers, man. So for our season 4 finals, we had looked at a couple of other venues. We wanted to go back to Canada, but it just did not. It's really expensive to do something like that. And the other spots that we wanted to do, we didn't get sold. Basically, meaning we didn't sell the media packages to make it happen. So we had to kind of call an audible at the last second and go to Long Beach, knowing that it would be pretty difficult to pack a venue. So we chose a small venue. And we made our focus 100% the online show. You know, we wanted the people that were there live to enjoy it, and I hope like hell that they did. But the real focus was to put out the best possible show for the people tuning in from home. And I do think that we did that. I think we put on the best show that anyone's put on, honestly.
You did a good job, sir.
It was a good show.
It was a very good show.
Tyler, do you have any questions for Ben or Jeff, the hard-hitting
Jeff's
journalist
the
that
hard
you are?
hitter.
I'll think about it. Tyler, you go for the soft, the jab. I'll go for the uppercut here.
Oh, here. I got a little jab. Jab. Maybe I'm in the minority here, but I've noticed like a lot of there's like an increasing trend of like cringe humor, where people like no, but people
I see
people
where you're
go
going
for the
here.
cringe, or they like embrace the cringe, or I don't know exactly how to define this without offending a lot of people, but
What
like
Tyler's trying to say is, why are you guys so bad at being funny?
well,
It's more
I'm just-
awkward
I'm
funny,
just
I think,
saying-
is what
I'm
it
just-
is.
Hey, I'm
It's
just
awkward
saying,
funny.
like, don't you'll get some pity laughs when you do something bad, but don't go for that.
Oh man, we do go for that. We embrace the awkward, and
what-
you know.
I know, but don't.
The type of question is actually, can you please
That's the
stop doing
question.
that?
Wait. Tyler, can you give an
Yeah.
example?
Tyler, let's really break it down. Tyler, which
Can we
segment
give it an example?
made you
Yes.
cringe, Tyler?
I'd really like maybe even a VOD timestamp. No, I'm just kidding.
Pull up the segment. I'll play it on the
I mean,
stream,
really, there
Tyler.
has to be a moment that sticks out in your mind.
I don't want to call someone out. I'm just saying in general. I'm not looking to hurt anyone's feelings.
You're saying you didn't work out along with us during Fierce Fitness.
No, I didn't. No, man.
Okay.
I'm sticking to my own program.
I mean, I love like the blooper stuff, and that's good
Well,
stuff.
I'm just saying, like if I think you should have like a momentum of professional, like
Oh,
like a
keep that.
professional culture, but
Trying to be
you can have a
professional,
lot
man.
of fun. You can have a lot of fun.
We do
I
have
think
fun.
you cross.
and-
Yeah. No, I assume you're having too much fun, man.
No, but we're gonna continue
I'm
to
not.
do that.
I'm too
So,
drunk to
I don't think Fierce
communicate this
Fitness
point.
is gonna come back, but we try to somebody kicks around an idea that, hey, let's try this. Let's see if Rotterdam can eat an entire Pazuki. Okay, sure, let's make a segment out of it. Anything that you guys come up with, we'll try. There's not a bad idea in the studio.
All right,
All right.
Ben.
All right, Jeff. I told my jab was. I'm kind of a little disappointed in my jab, so I hope you got an uppercut.
I'm okay with it, buddy. That was a good body shot. I've got the uppercut to the chin. Ben, are you ready for this? Are you
I'm ready,
fucking
Jeff.
Ready? All right. If JP keeps playing these Fierce Fitness videos.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done with that.
There we go. You turn it off. Okay.
I was just trying to help Tyler out, but go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, listen. Here's the uppercut, Ben. And you
All
better
right.
have your presidential boots on. Recently, fucking MLG,
Oh, shit.
DreamHack, and ESL got together, and they formed a fucking menage a trois of leagues, some kind of union. There's some kind of intertwining there. But very noticeably, IPL and NASL were left out. My question to you is, the fuck?
Wake up, man.
The fuck?
Okay, so the only thing I'm allowed to say without getting myself in trouble with NDA
Oh,
is
Jesus
that
Christ.
Oh, wow.
is that certain people jump the gun, and there are more really big announcements on the horizon.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar at all to you?
Seriously, you're gonna do an Incontrol right now?
It's not that, Jeff, and it's not us announcing something. There's other things happening here, and man, I don't want to get myself in trouble.
Oh, let's
There's
keep
other things.
talking.
There's
Let's
other
keep
things
talking.
happening here, and I can tell you that
All right.
the MLG DreamHack ESL conversation got some people in trouble. I can say that. How about that?
Oh shit, son!
It got some people in trouble.
You gave us the good stuff. I appreciate that, Ben. I thank you very much for that.
Oh, come on, man. You know how it is.
Wheat.
Maybe that when MrBitter says Dota and then also complements that with Blizzard special stuff, it's actually not Dota 2, but actually Blizzard All-Stars. And the NASL
Ooh.
will be maybe leading the charge on something like that.
We would
Hey,
love
when's
to,
that
but I
coming
don't.
out?
I don't think it's at a place where
Man, I wanna-
it's ready yet.
Okay.
Marcus, I want to go deeper than that, respectively. I think what Ben is actually trying to suggest is that NASL line themselves with IPL, and they are doing what we can best describe as a global Red Rover, where basically there's a good chance we'll see Sundance running across a no man's land, bare-chested, and he'll
Well,
be
we can
trying to
ask
break
him.
the chain between DTing and Russell.
Sundance is supposed to be on later tonight. I'm sure he can confirm that story.
Yeah, we're talking with
I
Sonny
think we
here in
can
about
actually do that.
10, 15 minutes. So
Okay, there you go. We can have that happen. So
we can have that happen.
NASL IPL versus MLG, DreamHack, and ESL. You heard it here first. Of course, the big problem here is that a lot of the big heads here. Let's just break it down. ESL has the bald Carmack, who looks very much so like Damaga. He is also a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. Little unknown fact.
What?
But then, of course, they have Sundance, the New Yorker, who will probably like shiv somebody in a fair fight. And then DreamHack, who has the fucking Viking Lord himself, goddamn Odin. On the flip side, we have Russello, the former construction owner, Californian surfer boy. And then you have IPL's D-Ting. Who wins in a fight?
Wait, what? Who wins in a fight between all of the people that run the leagues?
Yeah.
Probably Robert Owen.
I think Robert has to win. Yeah.
Fight.
No, and then I think Alex Garfield comes out of nowhere and stabs him in the back. It's like, I fucking rule this city.
Fucking like a ninja.
Oh God.
Maybe.
Do you have any questions for Ben?
Well, I mean, I was the one that brought up all the questions about the cat, so I feel like.
Hey Ben, I heard you got a new cat. Or what's going on with that?
What?
I got a cat, man. She's awesome. She attacked my girlfriend today because she tried to take her for a walk on like a dog leash.
Now, are you guys done with in terms of employing people? Are you happy with where you're at right now with all the casters and Clutch and Lauren Elise and everyone?
We're seeking new talented individuals to contribute to our growing team.
Oh, where should they apply? Or reach out?
Jobs at NASL.tv. They can also email me, Ben at NASL.tv, and I'll make sure it gets to the right people.
Are you? Hang on. This is actually kind of interesting.
Interesting.
So as far as your format goes, you have Frodan Greetorp and you have Ben and Kevin, or Bitter and Rotterdam. What is the new commentator's role supposed to be? What are you looking for?
Or is it even a commentator?
Well, it's not necessarily a commentator at all, but I mean, we're always looking for talent, and
You're just looking for people in general. You just put out a job request for people in general?
We just need some guys.
Is that what just fucking happened? You're like, if you want a job, fucking email me. Maybe I'll get you a job doing something.
Yes, pretty much, man. Pretty much.
That just happened. Guys, on a similar vein, email me at jeffrobinson_1@hotmail.com if you just want to give me money. Like, if you have just change you want to donate to my PayPal, you go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're growing it. We're growing it, and you know, if there's a great commentator out there that is worthy of a job, we'll give him a job. And if there's you know, other people that are talented that want to get into the industry, people always ask, how can I get into the industry? So if there's something that you can do, then email us and we'll put you to work.
Email Mr. Bitter.
There you go. All right, Ben, we're all drunk. Do you have any drunk stories you want to tell us? Are you drinking anything right now?
I just got done with a bottle of Sam's Choice purified drinking water.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So
do you like soju?
No particularly drunk stories right now. I can tell you guys about Rotterdam in China. That was pretty.
We heard about you in China. Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, I can tell you the Rotterdam story.
Go ahead.
Tell us.
All right. So here's the Rotterdam story. So this will be my final thoughts. I'll tell the Rotterdam story and I'll hang up and I'll let you guys move on with the show.
Okay. Thank you.
So
amazing, Ben.
We go to China for the Battle.net World Championships, and night before rehearsal, I get fucking mugged, which is just the shittiest thing, right? It sucked.
What'd you learn from that?
It was not a fun experience. So after that, we go and we run the whole event. We do our tournament, and it was okay. It was a pretty good success. I thought BWC was great, and so the last night we decided to celebrate. So Kevin's like, hey, let's go celebrate, let's go party. And I'm like, Kev, listen, last time I went out in China, it didn't go so well for me. I really don't want to. And he's like, all right, well, let's at least go say hi to the Blizzard people. They're at this bar up the street. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. So we go up the street, and the Blizzard people aren't there. So it's me, Kevin, and Stefano, by the way. So I'm like, all right, guys, well, you guys going out and have a good time. I'm just going to go back to the hotel and crash. Like, no, you have to come. You're being a bitch. Blah, peer pressure. And so finally I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'll come out with you guys. And so Kev's like, all right, rock on, let's go. So we get the cab, and Kev's like, all right, let's go back to the place where you got mugged. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So we go back to the bar where I got mugged. And so we walk into the bar, and the first thing Kevin does is he goes and he finds some ugly Russian woman to go make out with, standard Kevin. Stefano hadn't been drinking yet. So he was like really shy. He's like, Bitter, you have to find me a girl. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll see what I can do, Stefano. And so I'm like walking around the bar with Stefano, and we find some Korean chicks, and I start talking to the Korean girls. I introduce Stefano, and I set him down with the Korean chicks. And so Kevin is taken care of because he's got his ugly Russian. Stefano's talking to these two really cute Koreans. And so I'm like, my job's done. They're going to have a good night. I really want to go back to the hotel now. So I'm like, I'm walking towards the door. And then I realized that when I got mugged before, it's because I left early and by myself. So I was like, fuck, I don't really want to go through that again. So I turn around and I look at Kevin, and he's making out with the ugly Russian still. And I look at Stefano, and he's sitting there with these two Koreans. I'm like, fuck it. And I go and I sit down next to Stefano. So we're talking to these two girls. And, and we're drinking and talking and just, doing a typical night at the bar. After like an hour and a half, 2 hours of this, Stefano's like, I want to go dancing. So I'm like, okay. So I go up and I go to find Kevin. And he's all over this just vile looking Russian girl, who he thought was beautiful, by the way.
Of course.
And I'm like, hey, mate, we're taking off. Come on, I'm doing you a favor. Come with us. And he was like, no, I have a girlfriend. Because when he starts making out with Russians, he develops the Russian accent. I'm like, no, really, come on. So eventually, I kind of peel him away from the Russian girl. And Stefano is coming, and these two Korean girls are really digging Stefano. So they're coming with us. We're like walking down to go to the dance club. So this is China. We're on the Bund, a really nice part of China, right on the river. The bar was called La Rouge, I think. It was a really nice bar. If you're ever in Shanghai, you should check it out. We get down to the street, and we start walking towards the taxis. And Kevin is drunk, guys. He is drunk, and all weekend long, he has taken it personally that I got mugged. He was very angry that I got mugged, and he like pulls me to his side. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna fight a Chinese guy tonight. I'm gonna fucking beat you." I'm like, Kev, it's not a big deal. I don't think it's going to be the same guy. There's a lot of them here. And he's like, no, I'm going to find him. I'm going to kick his ass. I was like, all right, bro, just kind of stay next to me. So we're walking towards the cab, walking out of the bar. Walking into the bar is a really tall, blonde-haired guy that looked like he was probably from Sweden. So Kevin, of course, feels it necessary to go, hey, you mugged my friend. I'll fuck you up. So he tries to fight you. And so of course I grab Kevin. I'm like, no, Kevin, that's not the guy that mugged me. And the European guy, he's actually looks kind of mad. He kind of pokes his chest out. I'm like, no, my friend's just drunk. I'm like waiting him to go away. And the guy is like, okay. Eventually he kind of leaves us alone. So we turn around, we start walking back to the cabs. No idea where Stefano is, by the way. He was with us, but when I turned around to save Kevin, Stefano disappeared. So I shoved Kevin into a taxi, and I'm like looking around for Stefano, and then I hear, help me! And I'm like, what? And I fucking look, and Stefano is surrounded by about 30 old women trying to sell flowers. He's like, I tried to get... so these women just attacked Stefano because he was trying to get them to leave him alone, but he showed money, and then they just swarmed, man. So all these old women are like reaching in his pockets trying to get his money. And so I run to Stefano, and I'm like kicking the old ladies away from Stefano, and I grab him, and I drag him back to the car, and they're trying to reach in my pockets. I had to stiff arm some old lady, and she fell down, and I felt really bad. That's just kind of, that's how Shanghai is, man. So I shoved Stefano into the cab, and we're getting into the cab, but the old ladies are trying to get in. It's like a zombie attack, man. So I'm like shoving them out of the door, trying to slam the door to keep the old ladies from doing things. And I finally get the door shut. As I do, this Chinese guy walks up to the window, and he goes, it was me and Stefano are in the back, Kevin's in the front. He walks up to the front window and he knocks on it. And Kevin rolls down the window and he's like, "What's up?" And the guy's like, "You want a girl? You want a girl?" And Kevin's like, "You my friend, I'll fuck you up." And he jumps out of the cab, the guy. And the guy runs off into the crowd, and Kevin's trying to run after him, and I have to jump out of the car to get Kevin, so I grab Kevin. But now we're getting swarmed by the Chinese ladies again, so they're trying to sell us flowers. "Please buy the flowers, buy the flowers." I throw Kevin back in the cab, shove the ladies in, get in myself. I tell the cab driver just to drive, right? So he goes to drive off. And I'm like, "All right, we're going to the hotel." And he's like, "Okay." So I give him the hotel key. He starts driving. But Kevin still wants to party. We lost the 2 Korean girls, by the way, along the way somewhere.
Oh, man.
So Kevin still wants to party. So he's like, "Let's go party, let's go dancing, party, party." He's like reaching over and touching the cab driver, and the cab's like, no.
Okay, so guys, unfortunately, we lost MrBitter, but fortunately for him. Okay, so guys, I can't hear myself.
What the fuck?
Turn your cams on, by the way.
What the fuck, man?
No one's cameras is on.
Oh shit, let me turn it on. Hang on. Okay, there's me.
There we go.
There we go.
Swirly dot.
Is there no echo?
There's no
That's
echo.
fixed.
All right, listen, guys. I know that happened at a really bad time. We didn't hear the end of MrBitter's story, but thankfully, and fucking Tyler can vouch for this, I know every story ever told. I'm like some kind of mythical wizard that knows these things. So, where we last left off with MrBitter's story, old ladies were pulling Kevin Rotterdam out of a car, and they were fidgeting in his pockets. Now, this is going to get... I want to give a little bit of a precursor. This is going to get a little bit not safe for work, but also kind of fan fiction-esque, okay? So, like,
Really?
there's a good chance that some sexuality is going to be expressed here, and I need people to know this, okay? So a couple of things happen really quick, and this is, again, straight out of the mouth of Ben. He told me this story. He entrusted its facts, and I'm going to pass it on now. Ben's getting pulled out of this car by an army of old ladies, and they're going after his pockets. They're looking for change, looking for money. But at the same time, this is Shanghai. You're going to get it where you can get it. Okay, so these ladies are also looking for a little bit of the old cue ball and pole, if it were, in the pocket. Okay, they're looking to get a little bit of action in there. Kevin, he's, as the story was told by Ben, he's okay with ugly Russian chicks. He's okay with ugly Shanghai chicks as well. So he's responding to this in a physical way. He's expressing his sexuality as his pockets are being searched by these old ladies. Now, MrBitter, you guys don't know this, but after casting with him for such a long time, there's actually kind of a sexual bond that's been forged between the two. It's a little bit of like it's interesting. It hasn't been experienced elsewhere, so this is something that like philanthropists and psychologists and fucking everybody. Everyone's gonna do research on this, but the basic, and I know it's psychologists, okay, by the way. I don't know where psychologists came from, but anyways, Ben pulls him back in the car, and guys, imagine this, okay? So Kevin's being rocked out of the car. Ben's pulling him back into the car. It's the physical gesture of pulling a man backside first into you. So there's a little bit of sexual tension there, and also you have to take into account their history of commentators. Okay, so that's all going on at the same time. The way the story basically ends up is that this is the first time that Kevin and Ben have made sweet consensual love in the car, and it's in front of a bunch of old ladies. So if you can imagine the duress they were under to make sure that they remain firm and solid while doing this in front of a bunch of old ladies. And at the end of the day, by the way, these guys are so good at what they do. The old ladies, slow clap, and then they drove and they were safely. So that's the whole story.
Well, I can't wait for NASL 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't
Or
go
the
back.
movie
hype story.
of that.
Yeah, it's true.
That rapport is going to be, they're gonna start approaching, Tasteless and Artosis.
Yeah.
I'm sure have
Don't
been
even start-
working that technique.
That
for
fan
years.
fiction is like XXX non-NSFW. That's like the
Don't
things
go.
they
Oh,
did.
God.
Pretzels would be ashamed of themselves, to be honest with you. Like it doesn't even compare. It doesn't compare.
Well,
All
hey, Mr. Bitter representing an ASL. He was a good sport. I got another shot here. My co-hosts don't feel
Cheers.
obligated, but at least take a sip.
I'm
Thanks
in.
for coming on.
I'm in.
And with that, let's bring in the next star stopper here. Let's bring in Sundance Week. Can you give him a call? Do you have his Skype? Apparently his cat just threw up on the floor, so I want to talk to him about that first off. But
Okay.
let's
That sounds great.
yeah, should be fun.
I'm calling him right now.
Let's see if he answers.
And we're bringing him on for a serious debate, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I'm ready for a serious debate.
Oh, I
Yeah.
told him it's serious.
Come on.
Yo.
Hello.
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 Are you?
Sundance, right off the bat, I want to thank you on the bottom of our hearts for not calling in while doing a train commute. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Have you been drinking? Are you guys drunk?
Nah.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not what we do here. We have to. This is a professional show put on by JP McDaniel.
Yeah, former employee of MLG. Former employee of MLG.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wait, can you turn him down just a little bit real quick?
Yeah, I can.
It's coming in
I
kind of
can.
bassy. So,
All right, how
Sundance,
about
what's
that?
going on? Thank you. I know it's 11:30 there for you, so thank you for calling in. How's MLG going in the off season?
Good. Busy, man. I've got a flight in about 5 hours, so I'm just gonna stay up so this actually works out.
Oh,
Where are you
Good.
going?
yeah, where are you
LA.
going? So he's meeting with Blizzard, probably right, maybe as well.
Is this your last trip of the
Fucking
year?
riot.
For work, yes. I'm gonna go skiing after this trip, but this is my
Nice.
last work trip for this year. So
Nice.
So let's talk just about MLG 2013. The first thing is you guys just wrapped up here in Dallas with your winter season. Are you guys going to keep the same schedule with having 4 big finals next year? Is that pretty much ironed in?
Well, it's going to be a little different. So as people know by now, Riot's got their own plans around League and how they want to operate. And so what we do with them is going to be a little bit different. The stuff that Blizzard has planned is interesting. So, we're going to see how that fits into it. But we're going to have 4 core events that are MLG events and then some other events that we're going to operate with other partners. But the good news is I think we're going to be doing a lot more. Overall, we're going to get closer to that point of just having more competitive play, especially around StarCraft, I think, than we had last year. So it's going to be similar, but there are going to be some changes, I think, which are going to be good for the players especially.
Now, with the final, and Jeff,
Hang on, JP.
Jeff, you going? Jeff, you throwing in?
Quick question, Sundance. Are you
Go
going to be ambiguously lame, or are you going to actually specify what the fuck you're talking about for the first time ever?
Specificity? The ink's not dry yet on some of it, so I think but we've been talking about wanting to do more in the North American side of things and more to kind of get to showcase I guess the foreign players a bit. So we just have a bunch in the works. Adam and his guys and John Nelson have been working on it for a while. But hopefully by the middle of January, I'll actually have the deal done and be able to talk about it. But right now, it's all highfalutin plans, which would be good for I think everybody on this call.
Let me ask you. Let me do this.
Hold on,
okay?
hold on, Jeff.
You go ahead.
This is arguably the most sought after answer I think to a question. Why haven't Axel Toss and Axelav restarted the show Fuck Slasher? You own the rights to it. It was a pretty good show. I think the ultimate way to truly fuck Slasher would be to bring
Can you
the show
imagine
back.
Axelav on a show called Fuck Slasher? He's like, hey guys, thanks for tuning in. Basically, the gist of this is, kind of fuck Slasher, and in general, it's where we try and explain how Slasher's wrong about most of the things he says, and in general, it's just kind of fuck Slasher. And then goes Axel Toss. He's like, Nick, very good point. That was an excellent
He
idea.
goes on the
And
board
in
and there's a
general,
picture of
like,
Rod.
if I could get a few tweets at Axel Toss, just hashtag fuck Slasher and let me know what you think about fucking Slasher. Like, I would love some interaction with that.
I think we might have to do that. I think might be a good. It might actually be a good idea. Yeah.
Awesome.
The only thing to make if we have a segment where Sherry comes on, she's like, "Hey guys, this is so to your team. Make sure you stick for your deodorant, but also fuck Slasher. Like he's a good spirited guy, but fuck him. You know what I mean? Like fuck Slasher. Thanks. This is MLG. Bye."
Oh God. All right. I didn't mean to derail it.
Poor Rod.
Derailed.
All right,
were you
I
gonna
got a
ask?
question. I got a question.
Go
So
ahead.
Sundance, the way this has been working tonight is I throw a jab and then Jeff throws an uppercut. So
Gotcha.
I'm coming in with a jab.
And then Jeff's gonna lay it out. Gotcha.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. Last time you and I were both on State of the Game, we were having a chat. The thing that stands out to me is sustainability.
Yep.
We were always talking about sustainability. That last chat was talking about the pay-per-view stuff, and it was an attempt to, it was an experiment at that point to see if this was a way to become sustainable. Where are we at with sustainability now, and what do you see for 2013?
I can't speak for anybody else, but we've figured out that first pay-per-view arena that we did and the subsequent events that we did was one of the most successful events we've ever run from a pure cash flow standpoint and kind of cost analysis. The challenge around that is maintaining it. We got all silly with season passes and all these other things and gold and silver and basically fucked that up as badly as you possibly can. But people will pay. I don't think it's right to make everybody pay. I think that there's a model where you can, not necessarily a pay your own price, but where you can offer up the content to everybody and have, a group of people who want to be supporters be supported. Just Twitch does it really, really well. The good news is that I think we might be unique in this. We've actually seen our StarCraft audience grow event after event after event. And with the stuff we've been doing recently with, on Twitch, and we're going to release MVP for free right before the holidays. Like, we have a shitload of content. But the question around it is, what are you doing to actually propel things forward? Like, if you look at all of our tournaments, they're great, these 3-day events, but they're kind of death marches. And then we go away for 2 months and we don't really do anything that propels the story forward. So we need to blend that out to really be sustainable, because we can figure out ways to get the top 5% of the user base to contribute, and we can get advertisers to pay, but it's more about being able to do that while still growing the audience at the same time. So that's the story for us. I can't speak for everybody else. I think that, I do know that we do better on the revenue side than other folks in the space, at least in North America. I think DreamHack does pretty well. I think ESL does fairly well. But there's definitely going to be some shifts. I don't think you'll see us go into a pay-per-view only model for anything. I think all of our partners on the publishing side want to see the content open as possible. But they also want to participate more. So that should open some stuff up for us as well.
All right, Jeff, are you?
Oh, I got some good ones. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
right,
God.
listen.
Here we go.
Sundance Giovanni.
Almost.
Let me begin by saying I love you. MLG has done an excellent job. I stand by it. I will promote the crap out of you guys. I believe in you. I have faith in you. But I have 3 hard questions to ask you. Do you want the uppercut to the jaw, or do you want the body shot first?
Just bring it. Whatever. Whatever you got.
Bring it. Really?
Yeah.
All right. Like a good boxer, I'm going to set this up with a body shot then. Okay, so the body shot is on Twitter. We had a little bit of a discussion about what's missing from the pro gaming / tournament scene. You're a little bit outspoken about how, well, I'll let you voice your own opinion. I don't want to do word for word for it, but what is missing from the tournament scene? I know that you voiced your opinion on that. I'd love for you to broadcast that right now and kind of get that out there. And I know there were some conflicting opinions about that as well.
Well, I think there's so much going on right now, and it's just not really connected. So you need one of two things, right? Either you need clarity, right? So the thing about the UFC and the reason that works is because they created a universe where the results from any other, MMA organization weren't viewed as respectable or as important. Right? And this is an organization that it's the minute they have a star, he has a chance of getting his ass laid out, and then they have to find another star. So they're constantly running people through it, their machine, and they're telling the story of these guys, and they're creating fans. They're creating history just in terms of the matchups and rivalries. So the problem is that, with what we do is you've got, let's say just in North America alone, you've got MLG, you've got NASL, you've got IPL, you've got all of the community run events, the Red Bull events. But where's the fucking continuity, right? Like, I want to see Incontrol face off against who and why, and what's their head-to-head record, and why is there bad blood here, or is there bad blood, or, what's his lifetime record in this scenario? And we were able to create that within our own tournaments. Like, by the end of the year, we were doing a good job of throwing stuff up on screen about how, like, Greg, for example, had, when down 0-2, he'd never come back. And then he was in a situation where he was down 0-2 and he came back. And it was a great story, but it's like, okay, that's lasts for 2 days. Then what? So I think all of the organizations, and I think Riot's doing this to a certain degree, and I think Blizzard may have plans, but all the organizations needs more linkage. I mean, otherwise what we're going to end up with, to be honest, is just invite-only tournaments. And who the fuck cares? Like, those are great and easy, but you don't find new talent that way. What you get is UFC Friday. You get like a Friday night fight scenario or a Saturday night fight where it's just, here's the undercard, here's the main event, and then here's some bonus fights. And I don't think we want that. I think we want that to be part of what we're doing, but I think we need something bigger. And I think it's kind of forced in Korea, but I think it's going to get better in terms of, team and individual based play being something that you can kind of see going on with what GSL has done. But we need something that's ours here in North America. It just can't. It can't be so disparate. It can't be so spread out. It can't be such a. There needs to be more connective tissue, I guess, in my opinion.
Anybody have any follow-ups to that before I go?
No, go ahead. I thought that was
ahead.
a body blow.
Really?
Man.
Yeah, that was a body blow.
Okay, that was the body blow. You're right.
Now,
Got two more.
Okay.
Now, Sundance, the next two. Have you watched Sherlock Holmes with
Robert Downey Jr.
fucking what's his name? Robert Downey Jr. Have you seen those?
I have.
Okay, so he kind of talks it through. So the next one is the cut to the ears. It's the I'm going to discombobulate you, and then it's the uppercut to the chin. But this is kind of like a choose your own quest type book. Should I skip to the uppercut, or do you want the cusp to the ears?
Do the ears, then go to the uppercut. Let's do the whole thing.
Okay. I'm actually really drunk.
He doesn't know which question is the ears or the uppercut.
He's bullshit
It
in
doesn't
some
matter.
structure here
I had
that doesn't exist.
I had two questions. Okay. Fuck, I can only remember the fucking uppercut. Hang on. Give me a second. What the fuck? God damn it. This is the worst time for this to elude me. All right, we're going to have to skip to the uppercut, I guess, and I'll come back to the cusp of the ears.
Don't worry, Jeff. We get it.
We get it, Jeff.
So,
It
hang
worked.
on. That's so fucked up. I usually remember this stuff way better than this. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank God I have such good memory. I'm so good at this. Thank you. The cusp of the ears is Sundance. A while ago, there was this thing called the Arena, which StarCraft 2 was participating in, and it was supposedly doing really well. But then all of a sudden, it kind of just disappeared. Now, I'm giving you the opportunity, via my uppercut to your face, what went wrong with that? What was wrong about that? What is the community not prepared for? Or what could you guys have done differently? But why did that disappear?
It started out and it was great, but then we got to a point where we realized that we were having 16 Korean guys in the office every few weeks was not getting it done for us in the bigger picture. And that's not to say that we don't enjoy having the Korean players play, but we wanted to have more of a blend. We wanted to try. When we did the online into arena event, it was just so taxing on the team leading into the events that it was one or the other. We either had to phase them down, phase them out, or scale back what we were doing at our pro circuit events. And to be honest with you, our pro circuit events are just too fucking big. right? The audience for those is massive. And a successful arena for us was like 40,000 people watching, right? I mean, that was just gangbusters, amazing. Pro circuit event, we've got 300, 400,000 people potentially tuning in at the same time, 5 million over the weekend. It's just, you got to sometimes make those decisions. Now, if I had been able to go out and secure more sponsor dollars around those arenas alone, just standalone sponsor dollars, it would have been easy. But again, we just weren't in a position where it was going to be sustainable long term, meaning I was either going to have to hire a whole new crew of people inside the company to work on these things, where the viewership just wasn't going to justify that, the revenue wasn't going to justify it, or scale back what I was doing at the pro circuit events, and that wasn't an option. So they started out and they were great, but you know what? We hit a point where it was just we had to make a decision, and I decided just to say, you know what? Let's change what we're doing here, and we'll go smaller.
And
Hey, so if we're gonna put, let's the round has finished, and they're tending to Sundance's cuts on his face.
There's an uppercut still coming though. I have the uppercut.
Okay. All right. There will be another round. But let's. The theme that I'm noticing here, and this is like the last group that ever gets like shot upon, is, I mean, if we're gonna blame someone, can we blame all the non-Koreans for not being good enough at StarCraft? Is that what it's coming to?
No. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I think that what we need is, I think we need an infrastructure, and we need something local for the different regions that we're drawing talent from, to be honest with you. I don't care if the best player in North America, the best 8 players in North America need to have something here to play for, in my opinion. There needs to be a structure where, and teams in North America as well, where we're supporting that locally, right? And then it can blend and it can cross-pollinate. We can have these tournaments that come up where it's kind of like everybody gathering together. But we need more of a reason for people, and more to be more accessible. I mean, right now it's just there's several barriers to entry to somebody getting into a position where they've just got access to, quality opponents, a quality training regimen, and the biggest stage out there. Look, Korea is still the center of this universe in terms of talent. It's no longer the center of the universe, though, in terms of audience. The audience we generate comparative to what comes out of Korea, the Korean broadcast, is bigger because the population base is bigger in North America and Europe. It's just a fact.
Are you saying we still need to incentivize the non-Koreans better? Is that mainly what you're saying?
I think it's on me and IPL and NASL and anybody else who wants to run, events here in the States to figure out a way to make it easier and to make it less travel intensive, so we can keep more of the talent here. You know what I mean? I mean, right now, some of the best foreign players we have, from EG or over there in the pro league stuff. I'd love to have them here participating in something which was, as prestigious.
So you think right now the skill level of the non-Koreans is high enough that they can produce entertaining enough games for you, to show and for that to be successful, but you feel like you're failing to present that in the proper way.
Failing is a strong word.
Well, yeah, not failing. I'm just saying you haven't done it optimally yet.
Yeah, I think that we're still working to get there. Like, we have not reached that level yet. We want to get there. Look, when Greg went on the run in the WCS, when he was in China, he was playing so well. Again, it ignited. People were like, holy shit, look at him. Look at how confident he is. Look at how well he's playing. Now, I would love to see that recurring, here, and again, with mixed players necessarily, but not just in a tournament environment where once you lose, you're out, but where we're building up a win-loss record, where every week we're continuing a story, or there's a new story, or there's some component of, continuation to it. And look, it's going to be tough. It's going to take a little while to get there. I'm going to be honest. I can't make everybody work together, but I think the organizers recognize it. I think we've kind of gone through the whole pissing match stage of who's going to do what, and we've realized that we're going to be coexisting to an extent, and I think that it's time to do it, because if we don't do it around Heart of the Swarm, guess what? It's not going to happen.
I was just like, okay, so this isn't addressed to you, Sundance. I'm just going to address the players right now, and I'm involved in this group, and so is Jeff. We're both in this group. I just want to say to the players out there who haven't made it at the level that a Huck has or an Idra has, for example, that the opportunities right now aren't ideal, but they are there. Like, if you work your ass off and you break through, it's going to pay off. Like, definitely. That's what, and this is my feeling, is that MLG especially, but every single league, is going to be in love with you for being the next great player. And so I just want to say right now, I think the incentive is already there. I think there's a lot more structure we can add to it. And I think there's everything that Sundance said, I think is true. And it's a different point than what I'm saying now. I'm just, if anybody is like on the brink of not putting in the effort that they could be, I just want to say, just fucking do it. Like, I haven't done it in StarCraft 2. That's me. I did it in Brood War when there weren't those opportunities. I was one of the few lucky people to go to Korea and actually have something happen. There were a lot of other people that worked their ass off and nothing ever happened. And we're pretty lucky right now in StarCraft 2 where you can work your ass off and something will happen. And so I just want to put that out there. Jeff, you've got an uppercut to deliver to Mr. Sundance DGB.
All right, Sundance. I'm gonna start off by saying a couple things. I love MLG. You've done an awesome job. You guys have kind of fixed the chair situation. I really appreciate that. Of course, extended series.
Oh God, the bench at the first StarCraft MLG ever. The bench in the corner.
That bench. That bench.
That was a quality bench.
It was a pretty good bench.
It was a pretty good bench. It was I know you guys got to ship a lot of stuff, so of course, the space that it cost you in those trucks, like, thank you so much. It was amazing. Like, the 8 people that got to sit on that bench were so thankful. Here's the uppercut, okay? And this question, this uppercut, it hasn't been asked that much. I watch all the forums. I follow the stuff. I know there's a lot of more pertinent questions, like people are still asking about extended series, but of course, in time, you guys will learn how wrong you were, so I'm not really worried about that.
Well, they already said they're doing away with extended series, didn't they?
There you go. They're going to do away with it. There's some joke to be made about Halo, but thankfully, every joke I've ever made about Halo has been sarcastic, so I'm very happy that it's coming back. Here's the actual uppercut, and this is kind of a secret thing, man. It's going to hit you right under the chin. I want an honest answer from you, from Sundance.
It's the most hyped up
question
to ever be asked. We had a lot of
MLGs with the best fucking commentating duo in the world, Tastosis, heading your helm. In the last few MLGs, we have not had a Tastosis. I need you to give me a definitive answer on the state of casting and why that has happened.
It was too pricey.
Expound upon that.
As in too much money. I mean, those guys are fantastic, but we got to a point where we just couldn't justify the cost. I mean, we have a shitload of streams. We need a shitload of talent. Those guys had a lot of other gigs going on, and we just couldn't keep up on that front.
Now, I guess the question I'm asking, and this is to give this more of like a physical representation. If you can imagine my fist hitting just under your chin, the initial impact was, of course, your jaw. Now the next one's going to be your bodily response. So they're too pricey. I guess what I'm driving for is, where does Tastosis compare to the rest of the scene, and what's your opinion on casting? What is the value of casters?
So
should they be looking at in terms of price, and what were these people asking for that was too much?
Well, no, it's not. It's just, again, flying them over, from Asia every time. The fact is, look, I personally believe that the people hosting these shows are incredibly important, right? I think there's no doubt about it. But when we've got enough data to look at it, I can tell you what's more important is who you have playing in the match, right? A little known fact, when Dong Rengu or Flash get knocked out of one of our events, or Jaedong, viewership goes down tremendously. But then when I've got, let's say, a Huck playing in a really anticipated match, or Naniwan in an anticipated match, I get similar views, but it could be me casting, honestly. The casters did not provide a tremendous lift what they do is they add polish and professionalism, which is obviously really important. So, but again, I say that being in a really fortunate position because I always have an incredible lineup of casters at my events. I've got 6 to 8 guys who are just incredible dudes. I got Wheat, I got Biscuit, we were able to fill the Tasteos' shoes with really competent people because we were very fortunate. I'm not going to lie, we were very, very fortunate. And I think that I personally believe that the casters are really important, especially as we broaden out the audience. But look, Jeff, I mean, when you host an event, your personality changes that event dramatically, right? People want to see you goof around. They want to see you out there. They want to see you interact with the players, ask questions. Your personality adds to it. There's no getting around that. And I think that stuff is incredibly important. What we have now is, again, to be very, very honest, is we've got a pretty deep talent pool when it comes to StarCraft 2 personalities. At the beginning of the year, that was still sorting itself out. So, look, I love Nick and Dan. I think they're great guys, and I wish we could have them at every single event. I wish we could have, a lot of things at every event, but there's a certain point where you have to stop spending. Otherwise, you're losing money. So,
I know. I think that's the reason I asked that question is because, of course, the topic of commentating and the role of commentating in esports is extremely convoluted for a lot of people. The reason they got into esports is, of course, their commentator of choice. But for me, behind the scenes, what I've found to figure out, and the reason why this is kind of a loaded question, is because I know, having spoken to a lot of the tournament guys, including yourself, is that tournaments are actually mostly driven, as long as there's a fairly competent source of commentators. Like, if you don't have just completely random guys that came out of the blue and are trying this for the first time, as long as you have pretty experienced people, it's mostly coming down to the players. And I think the reason I'm asking this question is because I believe that concept to be a little bit new to a lot of the people that watch tournaments. I think the first I think people would just assume that the biggest driving factor of the tournament would be the commentators, but in fact, it's who's participating in the tournament and who's at the end of the tournament. I know that a lot of tournaments suffer from having Koreans versus Koreans, not because the Koreans have least gameplay. Of course, it's completely the opposite, but of course, it's the other side, which is that we don't know the Koreans as well. Their story hasn't been as driven as it should be, and it's the responsibility of the community / the tournaments to produce the story of the players to drive the numbers of the tournament. So that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a good question. I mean, you see people talk about it all the time without having the facts, and it's understandable. I mean, people for a long time, the personalities in this space were the magnets, right? Day 9 drew so many people in, and it was a lightning rod too. Then there was a point where suddenly people were like, "Well, I'm tired of him." He's the biggest evangelist for StarCraft 2 out there. It's just people have different tastes, different flavors. I mean, you see guys like Kaldor come along and make a name for himself and do really well. I mean, the thing is that the scene is big enough now where people can rise much more quickly to a position of prominence. In the beginning, look, I mean, there was a handful, right? From our first event to now, the talent that we could draw upon it's a dramatically different list.
Now, Sundance, to give you okay, so you survived the uppercut. I'm very happy with your response. I think that's pretty honest, and I think it's something that people need to hear. But so in any good movie, of course, Sherlock Holmes, this is included. After you survive the uppercut, you now need to kind of return the favor. What is missing from StarCraft 2? What is your 2013 wish list number 1? I wish people did this more. I wish our tournament could do this better. What would be your message to the people that says, this is what we need to do in 2013, this is what I need to do better? I mean, what is your message? What is MLG aiming to do in 2013?
Well, just like we're given shit for things like double elimination and our map pool and whatnot, we're trying to not have any sacred cows. We're trying to look at it and let go of the things that aren't going to scale, the things that aren't going to grow with us. And I think that the community needs to do that to a certain regard as well. I mean, I think for a community that talks about wanting people to join us and come with us and follow the light and how great is this, we tend to treat outsiders pretty horribly at times. and kind of thumb our noses at them if they're new to the scene or they don't understand. I mean, there's different pockets and different pieces of the community that behave differently. But one of the things I get from people every now and then who, because I have an open email address, is, hey, I saw your event, I was there, and then I went and I tried to learn more and play some games, and I got made fun of, and it just wasn't fun. And I think at the end of the day, like, this is all supposed to be fun. At the very highest level, the stresses and pressure you're going to have as a performer or as a player are different. But for the community, we got to just fucking remember to have fun. I mean, I forgot that for half this year. But like, let's just all fucking enjoy ourselves, man. Like, otherwise, you know what? Let's go get some real fucking jobs and get drunk after that job and complain about it.
I agree, man.
Oh, that's my big thing. I think a lot of really good stuff is going to happen in 2013. I really, really do. I'm really optimistic. I think people are going to work together in new ways. I think there's going to be exciting shit. I really am hopeful for Heart of the Swarm and for StarCraft. I really think it's going to do great. It's just we have to like chill the fuck out, have some fun, and everybody remember that your opinion is your opinion. And I have to remember that myself. Like, there's certain things I'm going to get wrong. I'm just going to admit when I get it wrong much, much quicker and move on. But again, I wouldn't trade the last year for that's not true. I would trade it for a lot of things, but but I'm glad we went through it, and I'm glad that we went through it with the people we went through it with, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you good?
I just got a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Sundance Mike Sepso has been, a part of the.
Wait. Why do you laugh as soon as he mentions Mike Sepso?
No reason.
Okay.
Well,
he has been a part of MLG for a while. I think in this last few events last year, we've seen him come back a little bit. I mean, how is that? How is he coming back working out for MLG? Is it going to have an impact on next year? What role are you going to be playing going into the new year in comparison to what you did in 2012?
Well, it frees me up a bit because if I have somebody that I can trust, to watch the house while I'm out, I can go out and I can do more deals and I can be more aggressive. So it's been really helpful to kind of have him come back and focus on, the nitty gritty and the operational side of things in terms of, our sales and our digital media efforts and just kind of the product groups that we have. I mean, because I'm a deal person. I'm not a spreadsheet guy. I'm like an idea and fucking, like hang out and figure out what we're going to do kind of a guy. And then if I have somebody I can come back to and work with that on, and we play off of one another really well. We complement each other. So that's going to be one of the things that's going to free me up to get more of this vision stuff done in 2013. So, he's back full time now. He's back as president. I'm CEO. I'm going to try and, work him like a redheaded stepchild and get him to, put in the hardest 12 months he's ever done, because that's about what we need. We need about 12 to 18 months to turn this next corner. And I need more people, I need more people with experience that I can throw out there.
A question that was kind of brought up earlier with MrBitter was that they're not returning until Heart of the Swarm is out for Season 5. Are you guys going to do an event in 2013 that is not Heart of the Swarm? For StarCraft 2?
I don't think so. I think we may do some fun stuff. I think we got to get everybody prepared for the shift, and we got to get players playing it and see. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I got to talk to Blizzard and see what they want also. Whatever we do is going to be with them in mind and kind of what their agenda is. I mean, they've got a lot. They're really, really pushing towards Heart of the Swarm. I mean, internally, they have restructured around esports in a really, really impressive way. And I think that they're going to be aligned to just be more active and just, be more involved. So we'll see. I mean, we're going to talk to them this week and see what they have in mind.
What do you think about the...
Well, go ahead, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Jeff. No, politeness battle, I win. Go ahead.
On the subject of Blizzard kind of realigning towards esports, of course, one of the big things that MLG kind of caught some flack for was that WCS, when ran alongside MLG, was noticeably spotty in comparison to a lot of the other WCS events that were ran. Is 2013 going to kind of streamline that, or do you guys kind of do you defend your stance on that and think that it'll be more of the same? I mean, what do you seek?
No, that was horrible. That was horrible. There's nothing to defend. We made a mistake. We tried to save Blizzard some money. We tried to take advantage of already having an event going on, and it didn't work. It was an embarrassment. I mean, I'll be honest. That's on us. We presented that. They said sure. That was that's 100% on us. I think what we have to do is we have to put ourselves in a better position to have more recognizable talent showing up to whatever that event may be in the future. You know what I mean? But no, that was god awful, man. We won't do it that way again.
I promise you to not suck so much ass in the USA WCS. I promise you. I'll do my part.
Awesome.
So the question I had was one of the criticisms you guys got about. Look, Sonny, I've had a couple drinks. About the final event of the year was that it was the same event that we saw for the first big event for you guys. Are you looking to change it up in 2013 where every event kind of has its own unique identity, or are we going to expect the same event for 2013 to be the same final event for you guys?
No, the final for 2013 will be much different. We went to that different system so we could try and have shorter seasons and pivot and change things up. We ended up not changing things up very much. But for 2013, the final event will be much, much different than what you saw this year. It'll be closer to what Providence was. Not exactly, but it'll be similar to what Providence was as opposed to just yet another event.
Gotcha. This past year and kind of the year prior to that, it was always talked about of making the central headquarters kind of different area. And Adam was always tweeting different things saying, wouldn't it be nice if we had a centralized location, et cetera, et cetera. Is that thought process kind of out the window? Are you guys pretty much good right now in New York, or what is it looking forward for MLG in 2013?
Well, no. So we came really close to signing a lease on a space that we were going to build into a North American esports arena last year. And it was going to be in Columbus, Ohio, just because it's really cheap and because we have all these guys who work in Ohio. And then I sat there and I said, you know what, I can't bet the company on this. I just can't. So instead what we'll do is we'll kind of go halfway. We'll get half pregnant on the idea and use our New York office. And we will actually spend less money, but we'll be able to test out the theory without, mortgaging our future. So we now have, Adam will gladly show you pictures of it. We now have a warehouse that's centrally located in Columbus, Ohio, with a bunch of our staff living nearby. We're in talks with folks about actually having the idea of that esports arena built out for us in a few different locations. It's not done yet. I'd love to get it done. I'd love for those spaces to be used by other people as well, not just by MLG necessarily. I'd like to have infrastructure in place that can be rented by other folks or just used for no cost, maybe even. I don't know yet. But for right now, what we're doing is we're focusing on using our office and our studio there to create as much content as possible, getting 4 big events planned, plus the other events we're going to be operating, and then maybe at some point next year we'll actually have the first one of those dedicated spaces open up.
Gotcha. Well, I have one final question. Incontrol, Tyler, are you all good? Do you have any more questions?
Yeah. Thank you, Sonny.
No, my pleasure, guys.
I want to suck his D a little bit when you're ready, but let me know, because I'm going to do some nice.
All right. Well, my final question is: you guys just kind of announced, along with DreamHack and ESL, this partnership, and big names were obviously let out from that. We kind of talked a bit about this with NASL and IPL missing from that. Is there a reason for that? Is there a reason you guys partnered specifically with ESL and DreamHack, or what can we expect from that partnership as well?
Well, yeah, Robert and Ralph drank with me. The other guys don't. So, so the idea was, again, this isn't even necessarily around the games, like the big obvious games, right? This partnership wasn't necessarily around League of Legends or StarCraft 2, right? What this was about was, well, what if we're trying to do something with Dota and we want some linkage? What if we're going to try and build something with, Incontrol, but Halo and we want some linkage? Or exactly.
It's okay.
It's all right. It's all right. But because with the big games where we have history, there's structure and involvement from the publishing side. But with these other games, wouldn't it be great if we just said, hey, here's a unified front. You get Scandinavia, Europe, America, and America. That's what it was. And also, again, you notice in that we mentioned and kind of creating a platform where we're going to have shared talent. right? Because we want to control talent costs, guys, a little bit. Sorry, Wheat. Sorry, Jeff. JP, if you ever work for us again.
Hey, you haven't paid me shit yet, so that's fine.
There you go. Only go up. But again, it's the point is you got to start somewhere, and why not with those guys? Between us, the big thing for us was the three companies in that release have been doing this shit for about 8 to 10 years. So we feel like, you know what, we've got to kind of come together and then figure out how the rest of it's going to shake out. Not that I disrespect anybody else, but honestly, I don't know how IPL's finances are going to be handled once IGN gets sold. I don't know necessarily what's going to happen with NASL. So we're going to, which is a one-game organization. So we're going to figure this out. And we'll see what comes of it. It may just be that we get together and get drunk every 3 months, and then I'm okay with that too.
Jeff, I think it's your turn to.
Let me ask one more kind of hard-hitting question before I get to the S-ing, or the de-esting, excuse me. So one of the big topics that's on everybody's lips, and this very much so comes down to the tournaments. What do you think of oversaturation? A lot of people are talking about how the same faces are showing up at tournaments. They're kind of discombobulated in the sense that, what does it mean when Tasia goes out in the round of 8 at your tournament and then takes top 4 at an NASL or something like that? Like, do you think oversaturation is a real issue, or do you think it's something that we can just kind of shrug off in 2013?
I think, look, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with the amount of content that's produced. I think it's all got to work better together, right? Like, it's all got to be more cohesive. I think we don't want to cross the line of just having shit content on just because we want to have content on. We want to have good matches, want to have good stories. But if you look at how much is being broadcast between all the different operators, there's a lot. There's a shitload. And like, what's the difference between on Twitch? Let's go look at Twitch right now. I'm sure we've got a rebroadcast on. IPL's got something on there. Maybe some NASL stuff that's on. I don't even like. What is the fucking difference, right? It's I like MLG. Fuck MLG, they suck. I like NASL. Like that. It's or who's playing, right? So I think we just need a little bit more. Just see. That's pretty good. We just need. You need something that makes you want to tune in. And I'm not saying, I think somewhere in between what you see in pro sports, like league-oriented sports, somewhere in between what you see in UFC. I don't know exactly, but I don't think we're at oversaturation. I just think we've got a bunch of non-connected stuff going on where you're like, all right, I'm spent. I don't know which one to watch. I'm going to wait and watch the ones that I know are going to have the best players or my favorite casters, as opposed to I got to catch the game tonight because whoever wins this, something's on the line, right? And GSL does a pretty good job of that. But again, it's horrible for us because it's on at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And there's, there's the talent pool is, again, no disrespect to Korean players, but we need to see something similar with European and North American players and beyond even.
Well, to wrap up, let me just say, I know this is kind of like a say the game gets shit for like being biased towards this, but thank you so much. MLG has grown so much since the very beginning, and you have constantly been aware of the criticisms, but the opinions of the community, and I thank you for being open to that and not being ignorant to their opinions. And I'm really proud to say that MLG is a North American tournament. I think it's got a great future, and thank you so much for answering the hard questions.
Tyler.
Cheers to that.
I got another shot.
I'm drinking, Tyler.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to you, fucking
I would
Sundance.
like to echo that. Cheers to Sundance. Good job this year, you guys.
Thanks,
you.
guys. I appreciate it. And honestly, it's the guys who work with me much more than it is me. It's guys like Adam and John.
God, that's so true. Let me just
They're a
say
lot better
that
than you are.
Sundance
Yeah.
is definitely
Big shout out to them.
All right.
Yeah.
But also, you guys, you guys who do shows like this, again, I hope the community realizes you guys share so much of yourselves, and sometimes it goes to weird places, but you do it because you love it. You know what I mean? And I've met each and every one of you, and I've seen it in your eyes, and you guys are I mean, you're part of what makes this awesome, and you're part of what makes it interesting and exciting for me. Because I know one of you is always going to say something fucked up that I'm going to get to chuckle at. So.
That's true. That is true.
Just say it's fucking me. I get it. All right.
All right. I think we're good, Sonny. Thank you so much for coming on and putting up with our drunkenness.
JP.
What's that?
Hey, you're fired.
That's true. I'm fired. I'm fired.
Guys, have a good one.
Peace, man.
Later. All right, so I think we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, do you guys just want to close out the night with call-ins? Does that sound good?
Sure.
It's only been 3 hours.
It's only been 3 hours. That's true.
We have another hour. Seriously.
Well, when I say close out the night, we'll be here for a while, but we'll take some questions.
That's fine. We went 6 hours last time. We have to do at least 4 this time.
I agree. So we're going to take a quick break. I'll give away keys in the chat while we're on this break. And when we come back, we'll be taking questions. The number is 909-581-8519. Probably be, 4 or 5 minutes till we actually start taking the questions. So do not go anywhere. More State of the Game drunk episode coming up right after this. Oh, hold on. We keep giving the thumbs up.
God, it's for you, JP.
Oh, it's for me. It's for me. Well, shit, Jeff. The song's over, so I guess it's just me
Yeah.
and you.
That's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I've missed you on State of the Game, Jeff.
Me too, man.
Although I've done like
I'm
4
sad.
episodes since you said you weren't going to be on the show. But it's
I
okay.
listened to every one of them, man. You guys have done an excellent job. QXC, fucking hilarious. Todd,
He's good,
he's
man.
French.
He's
Todd's
French.
French, so he has like an IMBA thing where it's like anything he says is either intelligent or hilarious at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
shit, Tyler's
Juan, I'm so glad that you guys have discovered the humor that is Juan. Like,
Fuck Apollo, though,
I
right?
hope that he gets more exposure.
Yo,
Hello, Tyler.
are we live?
We are live.
What are we talking about?
The song ended, so I had to come back. I don't know what we're
Stay in the
talking
game,
about.
man.
Talking about State of the
Oh,
Game.
we're talking about State of the Game?
Yeah.
Well, fuck that, man. I got some pizza and I got some grapes.
Nice.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Ah. Hey, you about a pizza?
Let me tell a story. Let me tell a story quick about a
Alright,
legendary host of State of the Game. That is Tyler. And Tyler, this is going to be some pretty serious de-assing, so if you don't want to... Alright, listen. Okay, so people don't know this. They know about the StarCraft 2 Tyler, who, of course, has either done tremendously well in the early beta and early StarCraft 2, but then also has kind of fallen off in StarCraft 2 as far as expectations. But people don't know this, that he is a TSL champion. He is a TSL runner-up, which is like some of the sickest results. But one of the things that I'll always remember Tyler for that people don't know is that in StarCraft Brood War, at a time when the game was extremely competitive, in the sense that the people that played it, they played it really hardcore. So you had Idra training in Korea. You had Tyler that was like kind of secretly training. And when I say secretly training, I mean that this kid was so fucking boring that he would open up like single player and play against the computer 1,000 times in a row to get his build exactly right. Which, by the way, is like a football player like throwing a football against a tennis ball fucking wall and being like, no, my elbow is 2 inches too high. So he just like kind of kept doing it. AKA he's like a sociopath who like murders people in his sleep. But anyways, Tyler did this. He went into the WCG USA Championship. No. Boobs?
What? What just happened?
Going on?
That's just me. They can't see it on webcam. Anyways, Anna has good boobs. So Tyler went into this WCG, and I'm going to tell the story, and Tyler, you're going to have to bear with this because this is actually the
Okay.
truth. Tyler fucking was the best player there. He tore it up. He destroyed Idra. He destroyed me. At this point in time, he had already won his group, but I was like, I want to play Tyler. I want a real series. He fucking destroyed me. He destroyed everybody. He played really well. He went on to win the USA, which was actually a very competitive WCG. It's not like it is in StarCraft 2 now, where it's like, American players, LOL, they're not Korean. In Brood War, we were fucking good. Anyways, Tyler had this series against G5, okay? Now, Tyler, you're going to have to surrender a little bit of your own opinion here. We
Hey.
all the rounds.
Hey.
G5 was a very good Brood War player. Go
We
ahead.
were all young once.
Okay.
Hey, let me
okay.
say this. We were all young once, and winning is the only thing that matters.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Tell us.
So that's Tyler's defense. That's Tyler's defense. Okay. So this is Tyler has not like dropped a game. He's just fucking murdering everybody. He's doing very well. G5 was 1-1 with him at this point, or this was the 1-1 game. I can't remember which. It was on Andromeda. I remember that.
Yeah.
Now G5 had Dragoons running up his ramp, murdering everything. Tyler, it was a PvP, by the way. Tyler had lost to every. It was like, it was at that point in time where if you're a Terran player, you pick up your buildings and float away if you want to be a dick. But Tyler couldn't do that because he's Protoss, so he's like microing the shit out of a single Dragoon against like 8. And a disconnect happens. All of a sudden, the drop screen comes up, and there's a disconnect. And the admin comes over and goes, you know, what do you want to do? What do you want to do, Tyler? And Tyler goes, well, if G5 would have fallen out of his chair, I could have gone on to win that game. And the rest of us, this is what I love about... Kate, I need you guys to teleport your brains into our perspective. So at this time, WCG is completely incompetent. So any kind of rules they had, any admins they had, we actually just downvoted them. Like, they would say, the player needs to play on this map, and Artosis and I would be like, no, that's bullshit. That's stupid. And they'd be like, okay.
Dude, yeah, referees were bitches back then. No one was willing to stand up to a player. Like, Jeff is absolutely true.
Yeah.
I mean,
So Tyler.
how many Quake players are like, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette? And they're like, no, you have to play. And they just be like, fuck you. And then they would leave and they would go smoke a cigarette, like, in between their game. The admin wasn't going to fucking, he wasn't going to TQ him.
What we said is exactly true. So Tyler's at like 28 supply, and like 4 of which is stalkers, and the rest are probes. And he's facing like 186 supply, which is like all stalkers and reavers. Like G5 is running his fucking joints through Tyler, but this drop screen comes up, so the admin's like, "What do you want to do?" And Tyler's like, "Well, I mean, if he like stopped playing entirely, I could come back and win. So I want to regame." Now the rest of us, Artosis, Idra, Machine, myself, everyone all around him, we all go, "No!" We're like, "No, Tyler, I don't think so." And Tyler's like kind of sheepish. He's like, "Well, I mean, technically, if he fell out of his chair, I could win that game." And we're all like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, no, that's not the case. And G5 ends up getting the win, but then of course Tyler wins the series and then wins the United States championship. But the funniest part about that for me was how incredibly obsolete the WCG staff was. Like, that happened time and time again where they're like, technically they could pick the same map, and we're all like, no, fuck you. The rules should be that you can't pick the same map. And they'd be like, okay, I guess that makes sense.
You know what I love though is that you could when you're in that situation, when you're the guy that's in the game, you can be 100% for yourself. In the back of your mind, you're saying, I know these guys won't let any bullshit happen here. It's like you can argue for yourself because you've got the USA Brood War community was like such a like no bullshit, don't fuck with us type of group of guys. The fucking media clan.
Yeah.
Media was like so you StarCraft 2 fans gotta know, like, we didn't play for money or anything. It was all like hobby. Yeah. It was pure passion. And a lot of that shit was clan wars and it was nation wars. Yeah. So it was like these little clans that were just group of friends, no sponsors or anything, just playing against other clans. And it was nations. It was USA versus Sweden, that kind of thing. Those were the big things outside of WCG. And then when TSL came along, we were like, holy shit, a real tournament. And so before TSL, which was at the end of Brood War's life, and other than WCG once a year, it was this kind of shit. And it was like, that was the Wild Wild West for real. That was like, you didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. Admins could be complete like pushovers, and it was just like who could type in caps enough. And luckily Artosis was born in America, so we had the greatest soldier to ever stand on the field of battle.net Brood War chat channels.
Dude, I remember going
fucking he was unstoppable when the passion took over Artosis. Steam came out of his ears.
Yeah.
Heat fronts hit the northeast.
And we wouldn't know the fucking rules. Like, WCG would be like, New York Invitational, which is like the top 8 from WCG. And we'd go, and we wouldn't fucking check the rules, because when we got there, we goddamn determined the rules. We'd be like, what's your map pool? And they'd be like, blah, 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 blah. And we're like, those aren't iCup maps. And they'd be like, well, it's what Blizzard passed on to us. And we go, nah, you're going to do the iCup maps? Because they're fucking balanced. And they'd be like,
Web2 Zone. I remember that shit.
We'd be like, okay, yeah, you're right. That's probably better. And we'd be like, now what's your group play regimen? They're like, well, best of one single elimination. We go, nah, some of us paid to travel ourselves from California to fucking New York. You're not going to eliminate us after one game. And they'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. And we're like, yeah, that's probably better. So we do best of 3. And they're like, yeah, okay. So you guys, like, Artosis, like, this is the part that hurts me the most. Artosis is known as, like, this, like, very well-spoken, like, and knowledgeable StarCraft 2 commentator. But before he was that, he was the fucking brawler, man. He was the
brawler.
He was the guy that duct taped a microphone to his face and showed up the tournaments with his tennis racket bag that held his keyboard. He was flaring up 16 miles in the air. And then an admin would be like, your game was a tie, but we broke the tie on game score. And he would be like, you're fucking stupid. That's actually not how you fucking break a tie. That's not it how it works. And they'd be like, well, it's in the rules. And he'd go, no, fuck you. We're going to break it through another game, actually. And they'd be like, okay, you seem pretty strong about this. And he'd be like, yeah, fuck you.
Here, I know how to explain it. I actually have the perfect explanation for people who've only been exposed to StarCraft 2 Artosis.
Yeah.
Because he became a positive man with StarCraft 2. He became a force for good. He doesn't really do so much for evil anymore. If you take his descriptions of Nestea, which are all positive, they're all praising Nestea, and you flip that and make them negative,
that's Artosis.
that is what would happen to you if you did something that Artosis did not approve of.
Okay.
And these are clan ward men's. These are WCG refs. These are the people.
Oh my god.
Who are the opposites of Nestea, if you will.
Listen, I actually was the captain of the United States team for like 6 years or something like that. And fucking Dan said 4 words to me the entire time, which is the weirdest thing because now, of course, we know a million words he said. But one of my favorite moments in all-time history of fucking StarCraft. Okay, 2007 WCG, the year I won the United States Championship. Small side story, but of course we won't go there. Fucking Idra is normally a Zerg versus Terran, Zerg versus Protoss, Terran versus Zerg player. But for this tournament, as you can imagine, Idra found ZVP to be completely broken. So he was TVP, which is of course the precursor to him becoming an all-time Terran player, which is what he ended up being in 2008, 2009, 2010, etc. But at this time, he was a TVP player, or a PVT player, excuse me. I actually got that completely wrong. Anyway, he was a PVT player. He faced Artosis in group play, and this is like, if you can imagine the energy around this, you have the rage of Idra that was ever so true back then, and you have the rage of Artosis that people don't know about now, but back then was equal.
All right, guys, what's up? We are back. My face is all fucked up because I'm on a green screen, but it's okay. Jeff, you were telling a story. Why don't you continue?
Now, listen. When I'm really drunk like this, sometimes I forget stories, and I was really embarrassed about that with Sundance. Thankfully, I was able to recover. This time, not the case. I remember exactly where I left off. So, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to imagine. Okay, so when Artosis gets really passionate about something, you can feel it. You can feel his passion. He's like, I love Nestea, or this is really imbalanced. Now, that's him being a commentator. Artosis as a commentator is much more political. He's very like, I think the Colossus Deathball is problematic. You know, like that's the Artosis now. The Artosis back then was like, that's fucking bullshit. That's the stupidest shit ever. You're a fucking idiot for doing that because you're fucking cheating. Like that's the old Artosis. So Idra, Artosis, they're hitting each other. And like I said, fuck my match. I'm like playing for my tournament survivability. My mom paid like $900 out of her fucking pocket to send me here because we didn't have sponsors that sent us to tournaments. So like, to give you an idea of how important this was, I was like, Idra, Artosis, I gotta go watch. Okay, so what's the first thing? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to put yourself in this place. Idra, you've watched his stream. I know you have. He's got the largest fan base in all of StarCraft 2. When he gets really mad, do you think he's kind of spiteful? Do you think he's kind of a prick? Yes, you do. You think he's kind of like that. So in
Yes.
StarCraft Brood War, what would be the most prickish thing to do to Artosis? Now, a lot of you might not necessarily know what I'm talking about, but a lot of you do know what I'm talking about, and that would be, of course, the Dark Templar drop. So Idra, in game number fucking 1, I shit you not, goes 2-base Dark Templar drop on Artosis. And I'm sitting here like this, watching, and I'm like, oh. And Artosis gets fucking DTs dropped in him, and here's his face. He's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. He's like not even looking at the screen. He's like, you fucking asshole. And Idra's just like, and then a disconnect string pops up just as Idra's killing him with Dark Claw. And Idra is still the younger, he's the younger one to Artosis. So Artosis looks at him like this. He goes, and Idra goes, okay, regame. In the regame, Idra once again tries the Dark Templar drop. Artosis has fucking missile turrets all over his base. He's got spider mines everywhere. The Dark Templar are like, let's go fucking kill some shit. Boom! Like, spider mine blows up in their face. They don't do shit. Artosis does a tank vulture push and wins the game at 9 minutes. LOL. Idra was all good-spirited about it until he lost the game, and then he's like,
Oh.
he's like, you're a fucking douchebag. And Artosis is like, what did you say? What did you call me? And Artosis is like, you're a fucking douchebag. And he's like, you Dark Templar dropped me. Do you think you're smart? And Idra's like, whatever, you're a douchebag. And then it goes into game 2. Artosis ends up winning the series 2-1. Idra will not make it out of group play because he had switched to Terran just before that tournament, didn't make it out. Artosis, and this is where the story gets really good, would then go on to make it into the top 4. So only 4 people advanced from these groups into the final round robin top 4. I was one of the people, Skew was the other one, and then I think Nyokin was the other one. So it was 3 Terrans, myself as a Zerg. I hit Artosis in the first tournament. Now, for those of you that haven't watched the Artosis documentaries, he has an incredible sense of pride. He's very like, well, I'm the best player. Everyone else is worse. I'm going to win. In the first game, we played on Paranoid Android, which a lot of people don't know this, but from Brood War, you'll remember that. Terrible map for Zerg. I put a Hydralisk in at the front of my natural and showed him what everyone assumed I was going to do, which was Lurkers and Zerglings, which is very much so the standard for me. And so he goes hardcore counter to that. He just makes, Marines, medics, and tanks, very much so counting on that. But I actually built a Spire in my main and went 2-base Mutalisk. And at the time, by the way, for people that don't know this, in Brood War, you didn't need a lot of Mutalisks to be very effective. So I actually end up showing up with like 8 Mutalisks and just killing him, just outright. But my favorite feeling from the entire tournament, and Artosis can speak to this, was I was sitting here. He was sitting 2 feet away from me, the computer across from me, and I could feel him scouting the Hydralisk and going, he was tapping his toes. They were treading the ground. They were like, oh, fuck, I'm so happy. He's going Lurkers.
Tapping his toes.
He's so happy. He's like banana grading. And then my 8 Mutalisks show up to his main where there's no missile turrets, there's no Marines at all, and you feel the toe tap and go, stop. And his face went... And then he lost the game like 2 minutes later. It was like the best, like, if you can imagine someone like, hey, here's $200 for you, and they're like, oh, great, and they go cash the check, and it doesn't come through, and they're like, oh no. That was the feeling. It just sucked the air out of the room. So that was one of my favorite moments from StarCraft Brood War, excuse me.
Awesome. Wheat, you want to do some calls, man? You good to go?
Yeah, man, whatever.
All right. Call in 909-581.
Fucking funny, man.
8519. Do we have anyone calling right now?
Probably. There's been like dudes calling for the last fucking 12 hours.
Cool. Let's give him an answer.
All right, let's see. Is there anyone calling right now? Yep, there's this guy from area code 708 or 480.
Whoa, 2 area codes. What's up? Welcome to State of the Game. What's your question?
I didn't answer one of them yet.
Whoa!
I was, like, wanting you
Whoa!
to maybe choose one of them.
I thought he was calling from.
Bitch.
What's the 2 area codes?
Well, the 2 area codes are 480 and 708.
708. Let's see.
Which one do you want? Which one do you want? Quick, come on.
708 is
All right.
from Illinois, so let's take that
Okay.
one.
You want 70? All right. All right.
Let's take
Excellent.
Chicago.
Area code 480. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
Doing pretty good, Mr. Arizona. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys? You guys having a good time?
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah.
Do you care
Do I care about what?
whether or not we're actually doing good?
Of course I
Okay.
care.
Then we're doing pretty good.
We're
man.
doing all right.
All right.
Yeah, we're all right. What's your question?
I just want to say, Base Mover, Tyler Dope Sudoku on us. JP, your beta. And see you later in Control in Arizona. See you at the tournament, maybe.
Shout out to my homies in Arizona.
Yeah. Bryce was wins the tournaments anyways, but
Cool.
I heard you say Bryce, and I can only assume it was a dig at him. And thank you for that. Appreciate it.
yeah.
All right.
And
Thanks.
I want to ask, wait,
Oh.
quick question. What's the deal with the Muslim, Machine, and In Control? What are you guys doing in Korea? You guys not going?
Well, I guess I'm the person that's supposed to respond to this.
As in
Um,
control, yes, I think you are.
The Muslim may or may not make an appearance in Korea. He's been training very hard. For some of you that follow his Facebook fan page, he has been blogging about switching to a more positive frame of mind, and it's. I think it's made him play a lot better. He didn't beat. The fuck is his name? Violet. But he came very close to it. He played a very good series against him. Of course, our expectations for DeMuslim is that he wins tournaments, so we're still waiting for that kind of level of play from him. But he is an excellent player, and he switched his mentality, so we're hoping for that. As far as him in Korea, who knows? There's no definitive plans. That's the big breaking news right now. A lot of people are like, DeMuslim in Korea. I'll tell you right now, it's not planned. If it does happen, it'll be a more spontaneous, like, kind of occurring thing as opposed to a planned thing. As of right now, he's not planned to go in Korea. Machine is a fucking excellent, charismatic, fantastic player in that sense, but unfortunately in StarCraft 2, and he would agree with this, he's been struggling. His results are not where he wants them to be. So him in Korea would be a waste of resources, and he again would agree with that. So the hope is that he kind of hits his stride, he finds his mental aptitude, and then he eventually finds himself in Korea training to do that kind of thing. As far as him making a Pro League roster, I wouldn't hold your breath for that. And then as far as myself, it's kind of the same as Machine. In StarCraft 2, I am not a tournament winner caliber player. I would like to be. I'm training as hard as I can to be, but right now I'm not there. In Heart of the Swarm, when things are a little bit more mixed up, I hope to hit my swing. I'm going to continue to fight for that. And if I earn myself the position where it's like EG says, okay, you're good enough to train in Korea, you'll find me in Korea. Otherwise, my role in Korea would be as a commentator, which is, I think, something that you guys can count on. I am a fucking fantastic commentator, and I think you can expect me to commentate the big leagues, but I hope to play in them as well.
JP gave the not bad face right there. That was
I
pretty
did the
good,
not bad
JP.
face, yeah.
I would give you the not bad face for your not bad face. Like,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very good.
All right, next caller.
All right. Hey, thanks for calling, man.
Thank you for calling.
You've really made my day. And we've reached our quota to have one Oopa Loopa on the show. So I want to take this next guy because I think if it's who I think it is, then it'll be great.
Okay,
So
let's do it.
I'd like to introduce to the show Kevin. Hello, Kevin. What's up?
Hey, what up?
It's totally Kevin, dude. Yeah, this is what's up, Kevin. How's
What's
it
up,
going?
Tyler, my man? What's up,
Yo,
DJ
how's it
Wheat?
going, dog?
What's up, Burger Man?
What's up, man?
Well, I have to meet the stream. This shit's like going crazy. All right, so did I
This
say
guy
hi to
from
everybody? Yeah, I said hi to T-Dog. I said hi to the Burger Man. I said hi to DJ Wheat. DJ Wheat, what's up? Say hi to Mini Wheat. I wanted to call in because Sundance recently called in and he shit on all the ye old boys club. You know, we're the old boys, motherfucker. We run this shit. And he shit on all of them. He said nobody likes Day 9 anymore. He said the price is not motherfucking worth it. You know what I mean? You order a pizza, it gets there, it's a piece of shit, and you're like, wow, why did I pay for this? And that's what he's talking about, like Day 9 and flying tastosis over here. So I want to know, how do you feel? How do you feel about these new young cats coming up? You know, the guys who are grinding, playing 16,000 games, fucking trying to get into Masters League. You know, those guys. How do you feel about them?
I got a quick question for you as a precursor. What game do you main?
I main all games, dude. I play StarCraft. I play fighting games. I play fucking baby games like Call of Duty and Halo, man. Sometimes you just gotta turn yourself into a baby. You know, you gotta relax.
You play Call of Duty and fighting games? That's a fucking shock to me right now. That is blowing my mind.
To me, at least I've been laid, motherfucker. Get out of here. I'm talking to other people.
Dude.
Wait, I
have been inside the vaginas right now. Yeah, you can't make that. You can't diss me with that anymore.
Oh, nigga, you had your time. You had your time, and you wasted it. You did not get a single win this year. Let's talk about those other niggas like Scarlet, motherfucker. How many Scarlets do you think are out there running this town? How many?
At least 5, man.
I'd say 4
that are undiscovered.
Maybe 6.
At least
Yeah,
5.
4.
Yeah.
Some
like
dudes
them?
say 3. I say fuck that. 5.
I go with
At
4.
least.
Yeah, at least.
There could have been at least 9 of them. I think at the most we'd say 9. I'm sorry. What was your question?
Kevin, what was the best event this year?
Oh, damn, dude. I don't know. DreamHack hit it really good the first time. You know, they had all their good music, and then that's when Oppa Gangnam Style was like really good the first time, but then it got overplayed. Like at the end, when they were playing Oppa Gangnam Style on the third DreamHack, I was like, get that fucking Korean shit out of here.
Are you capable of speaking like a non-bad rap video? Do you have a different cadence of speech?
What do you mean, a different cadence speech?
Well, I just mean like when we used to watch MTV when they played music videos, you sound like all the shitty videos they used to play. Do you have like a normal frame rate, like a general speech that you would use for your parents, or do you like, yo, what's up, bitch, mom? I want to ask you a question. You got
I want some chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk. What's
Mom,
up,
give me
bitch?
some chocolate milk.
This is an oppressor control.
All right, you know what, Kevin? You always bring a smile on my face. You think DreamHack was the best? Who? Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Kevin.
NASL was actually the best. I'm not gonna not fretting or anything. Like NASL, that free for all, and like the way the cameras were positioned, the way that Frodan got more action than most of the people watching the fucking stream in 10 seconds by that one fucking porn star. God damn. I don't know. NASL hit it right. Like every other like fucking shit was fun. I want like, you know, EG. What's that? EG's Master Cup. You know they have that fucking shit.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I casted that a few times. I think Incontrol. Didn't you cast that once or twice? Maybe.
I cast a few times, yeah.
The Surf Dude still had that shit up.
He's been run the broadcast since like the last season or since the last 2 seasons. Yeah.
Plus a lowdown on what's happening to him. Like, where is he going? Because I don't trust that Mr. Black Studies can like run EG by himself. I don't think it's possible.
Well, actually, that's actually great because he's going to be on the final show live on 3 on Wednesday, and I'm hoping that he'll tell us.
There you go. So tune into that, Kevin.
There we go.
All right, you know what, Kevin? JP like actually wants me to boot you off, even though I kind of think that we could probably talk for like a little bit longer. But JP's seriously like, okay, dude, next caller.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's all good, JP, and he's like, no, seriously, next caller.
Yeah,
He's
next
like,
caller.
Get your dick sucked by anything.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. All right. That was Kevin, guys.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah. And you know what?
Thank you for that call.
This was a great example of just how fantastic the phone-in portion of Inside the Game usually is on Tuesdays. You know, I couldn't be prouder. So let's take the next guy.
All right. What area code is it? First off.
What? No, Kevin is one of those guys that called with a phone number, and then once I found out his phone number, I renamed my Skype. So it just said Kevin. That's why I was like, guys, I think the Kevin is calling right now.
Gotcha.
And sure enough, the moment he said one word, I was like, yep, that's Kevin. So you wanted me to take area code 708. So
708 is Illinois, yeah.
Yeah, they are not calling back, so I'm taking the unknown phone number.
Unknown phone number.
Yes,
All
yes.
right, let's do
Hello,
it.
unknown phone number. What's up?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm calling from Skype. That's why my phone number is unknown. I can't believe I'm on State of the Game now. Holy shit.
What are you really hiding, man?
I'm from Canada, so my area code is 905.
Okay.
Then Ontario area code. I guess my question to you, since this is the drunk State of the Game, I'm personally, in terms of drinking, a cocktail man. I love my cocktails. Do each of you, all four of you, do any of you have a favorite cocktail? And keep StarCraft related. You had to name it something StarCraft related. What would it be?
Shit.
Okay, JP, you answer that first, man.
Go for it, JP.
Go.
So the question is, what is your favorite cocktail? And if you had to name it something
Yes.
StarCraft related, what is that? Favorite cocktail, probably Jack and Coke. If I had to name it something StarCraft related, it'd be the Marine.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
DJ Wheat, go.
I have to go next?
Yeah.
My favorite cocktail is a mix of sativa and indica, and I would call it the Baneling.
Nice.
God.
That's pretty good.
Answer. Tyler, bring it home.
All right.
Tyler.
When I order a cocktail, it's usually Diet Coke with lime, vodka. And that's the Reaver Drop, baby.
That's the
That's
Reaver
where we
Drop,
drop the
baby.
Reaver Drop.
All right. Let me give you guys the climax, okay?
Is that the name of the drink or just what's the
Yeah, yeah.
You can call it what you want, man. It could be a come in your face. It could be a climax. It could be whatever the F you want.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for
I
censoring,
am
fuck.
known for something in the drinking world, and a lot of people don't know this. I'm not a big drinker, but when I do drink the Long Island, and I drink that because I have an innate ability to consume it at rapid rates.
I can
And if
attest
I
to
had
this,
to
actually.
give it a name, I would call it the Broodlord Army, because it just fucking wins. It's just gonna fucking win. Like, no matter what you do, if you can chug a Long Island, you're gonna win. Absolutely. And that's what I do. Kim Rom from Steel Series, love the guy. He's ginger, but he's overcome that. He's still a
Oh,
he was like, I'll take you on in drinking. And he had like 2 Long Islands. And I chugged 6 at the same time. And I looked at him and I was like, you're a pussy bitch, aren't you? And he was like, I'm Kim Rom. I'm a pussy bitch. And then from that point forward, it was known that I'm better than him. So that's how it goes.
I can attest to. I actually took Jeff up on the race in where was that? In Boston.
Yeah.
Where I didn't think you could do it, and you can.
And did
do
he
it, man.
crush you?
He crushed me, man. The Long Island chug.
I'm very good at Long Islands. Like, people can make jokes about my StarCraft 2 skills, but I will fucking annihilate you in Long Islands. I'm
That's
very
good.
good at that.
That's good.
Here's what I think of mixed drinks.
What's that? Oh, okay. It's one of those silent ones. It's one of those silent ones.
Sick
All right.
build-up, man. So good.
Good, good. All right.
What is it?
We good?
I think we're good.
We're good,
We're
man.
good.
We're good.
Next
Thanks for
caller.
your call, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the call.
Oh God, there's just so many unknown phone numbers.
Those are the. I think those are the fun ones.
All right, well, we're gonna take another one.
Let's do it.
Mystery guy
Yo, what's
or gal.
up?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, brother?
All right. Who is the breakout player of 2013?
Of 2013?
Or whatever year we're going into. Is it 2013?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
We're going
All right,
into
yeah.
2013.
Right here. Right here.
Tyler's the breakout player of 2013.
Except for Tyler and Incontrol. You guys are, we know that. Like, besides those
Other
names.
than that. Are we talking? We're talking anyone. Could be Korean.
He said
Yeah,
2013,
yeah.
man. You got to make a guess. So go for it.
Me?
No, Tyler.
Oh,
What do you
me?
think?
Oh, okay. Let's some.
Dude, I don't know. Dude, the real breakout players are gonna be the Kespa players. I'm not gonna bullshit.
Yes, that's obvious. Now make a guess.
Which
Come on.
Kespa player?
Yes, put your balls on a line.
All right, dude. I know a guy.
Do it.
Yeah.
Action.
Action?
Action.
Action.
Nothing.
Hey, dude, you want me to pick a favorite when we're talking about picking a breakout player? If you recognize the guy, then that's a second pick.
Listen, my
Hey,
pick. And
Hey, a year from now, when we're drunk again,
yeah.
I'm gonna ask you, hey, of the fucking 100 plus Kespa players or whatever that came in, do you know who Action is? And you're gonna say yeah, and I'm gonna say motherfucker broke out. There was a pack in which he was anonymous heading into 2013, and by the end, he's gonna be off on his own. He's gonna be somewhere else.
Tyler's vote is Action. You ready? You ready for the right answer?
Let's see the right answer in Control.
I'm ready for the bullshit.
Here's the thing.
Answer.
I'm gonna pick this one, and it's kind of a sideways brag.
Oh shit! Here it comes. I bet you it's Suppy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
No.
one on EG.
Okay.
Let
No.
me think of something to debate with. Okay, here it is. All right, hang on. I gotta make sure I'm masturbating correctly. Okay. So, the 2013 pick is Baby, who I used to train with in the Bi Clan, and I fucking beat him all the time. He's on Team 8 now. He's so fucking good.
Oh my god.
That's my
Fuck
pick.
you.
That's my
but in
pick.
Control, the real question is who's your cock answer?
Very good question. My cock
Thanks.
answer
Yeah.
is CJ Antis Hero. I think he's gonna be legit good.
All right.
All right.
DJ Wee.
Next
JP.
caller.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the obvious answer is that, you know, a League of Legends player is going to quit playing League. They're going to come over to StarCraft 2. And then why are you laughing?
Fucking mute this kid.
Why,
going the other
now.
way.
dude,
Unfortunately.
what? Fine. Fine.
Yeah.
So you're going with League of Legends player?
What?
You're going with a League of Legends player? I was
That's
thinking.
gonna quit and start playing StarCraft 2.
I was thinking T Squared was going to come over to StarCraft 2 and win.
League of
That
Legends
could happen too.
Sell StarCraft 2.
That could happen
Oh
too.
shit.
That's the opposite. You
I heard
fucking
Destiny's a
you
pretty
do
good
bad
League
at
of
StarCraft
Legends
2 and you
player.
go
Oh
to
no!
League of
Hold on.
Legends. You don't do the opposite.
I take my answer back. Destiny is going to quit League of Legends and come to StarCraft 2, and he will be a pro player and win.
But then he's
GSL.
going to quit StarCraft 2 and go to the new Command and Conquer that's coming out.
Oh, dude.
Isn't there a
And-
new one?
Damn.
There might
There's
be a new one.
It's coming out. It's going to be a while.
Oh damn.
Damn.
Yeah.
Is that a dog or is that Anna? I actually made that joke once before. That's a throwback
Oh my
joke
God,
right there.
your overlay was covering it up. They couldn't see that you were making out with whoever the fuck that was. Who's your breakout player, caller?
A breakout player. Although it's pretty well known, I think Scarlett's gonna have a good year. She's gonna, she's kind of already kind of broken out, but I think she's really gonna do well.
Okay.
Thanks
Yeah.
for your call, man.
Thank you for the call.
All right, thank you guys.
You really brought something special to the show.
He did. All right. What are the let me give out the number real quick. Number to call in, 909-581-8519. I'll paste it in chat. What are the area code options? What do we have?
708 is back again. Do you want me to call them or ignore them
Do it.
again?
Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's
I'll
bring in
pick
the
up
Illinois.
the unknown phone number then.
Will
We'll get to them
County,
eventually.
Illinois.
Hello, unknown phone number. You've won over 708 for the second time.
Jesus.
Welcome to the program. All right, you're going to be that guy.
It's going to be that guy.
We
It
were
had to
going
happen.
so good. They're like, oh my God, I didn't realize that. Hello? Fuck you, man. Fuck you. All right.
No wait.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Man, fuck that guy.
Is he listening to the stream?
I'm calling. This is 708.
708.
708. JP didn't want you to answer this call or answer this. Yeah,
Holy
but
shit, what?
JP
Will
was like,
County-
"Don't answer." He
He's a
said, don't
asshole.
answer 708. And I was like, no, JP, I'm going to do it. And here we are.
We got your back.
I want to say something.
Okay.
I want to thank JP for giving me a video game when he was playing Dark Souls. He gave me a free game.
That's right. I probably did.
Such a great guy.
Wow, man.
Nice.
Yeah. And
Hold on, what game did I
have a
give you?
question.
That's the real story.
Yeah, what was the
it's a
game?
very important question.
Oh shit, he's not listening.
K-pop, StarCraft related.
Wait, what?
What?
I heard K-pop. I heard K-pop.
Favorite Kate? What?
I heard. Will County, Illinois, you are fucking up. What K-pop what?
Pop, StarCraft related.
K-pop, StarCraft related. What is the actual question here? We need something to phrase
Is
it into a
K-pop
question.
StarCraft related? That's the question.
Yes.
Oh.
Is it?
Dude, I love getting yes or no
Okay,
questions because we can talk to more people.
Yes.
No. Jeff?
You know I'm more complicated than that, Tyler. Come on, man.
JP?
Is K-pop StarCraft 2 related? No.
Thanks for calling in, man. It was great.
Hang on.
Official
I'm
answer.
gonna give him legitimacy.
What?
Ready?
Hold on. Let's hear from the man who started the K-pop thread on TeamLiquid.net, one of the most successful
you.
threads on the forum.
Thank you.
The originator of the K-pop
My
thread.
OP Although my OP was deleted, which I think, Team Liquid politics aside, okay, like
That
I think
shit
that's a little
aside,
silly, but
a
okay.
true pioneer.
K-pop as StarCraft 2. Now listen. Brood War, I think we can all agree, is where a lot of the talent and the compassion and the passion was funneled towards, right? StarCraft 2 is a little bit more like the Source version of Counter-Strike 1.6, where it's really good, but it's a little bit less. Now, K-pop is kind of like that for music, so it's like your music is pretty shitty, but a lot of the girls singing the music aren't wearing much in the way of clothes, and they have fantastic legs. And in that way, I can't help but to say, I think K-pop is very much so StarCraft 2. It's not quite Brood War, but it's a hell of a lot more sexy, right? I think a lot of people can
I
agree.
appreciate you giving me an honest answer. I really do.
I think
Me
a
and
lot
Tyler
of
were
people,
honest.
So kind of K-pop is like the colossus of music genres.
I agree. Yes.
Okay.
All right. That was my question. I thank you for your time. I really do.
Thank you,
care,
Will
man.
County,
Thank you.
Illinois. All right, what are the other area codes we got here?
813-860-306-7008. 306.
813 is Tampa, Florida.
Wow, look at you, Mr.
Florida's
fucking
good.
sophisticated. I know fucking. Oh, wait, he stopped calling.
I'm just
Oh,
fucking
yes.
Googling the numbers. Let's not give me
860.
credit.
Oh, look at me, all
860.
sophisticated. I can use Google.com.
860 is Connecticut. That might be dicey.
860, Connecticut.
Oh, hi. All right.
Oh,
I need
hi.
to bear with me for a second because I've had a couple rubbing cokes alongside you guys.
Awesome.
Okay, here's what's up.
We
What's
haven't
up?
Did you have
drank
to?
in a while.
you know how
Did
the
you have
first
to like
time-
catch yourself on something?
What's
What?
that?
Did you have to like catch yourself on something? You said bear with. Were you like getting your bearings?
Oh, yeah, okay. That's exactly
Excellent.
what happened. All right, so listen up.
We're
So
listening.
the first time having sex is like the most awkward thing in the entire world. Like, that's everybody's story. Now, let's say you are Jeff Incontrol Robinson.
Yeah.
Okay, you just got married. You're like as happy as can be.
Okay.
I want you. Let's say you're Jeff Incontrol Robinson.
I'm with you.
Got married to Miss Control.
Okay.
Explain the happenings and the events of your first time having sex with Miss Control.
Can't believe we actually got
All right.
this question.
Tyler, do you want to do a make your own adventure answer here?
No.
You guys answer first, but then I have the real answer.
Hey, I'm gonna give a heartfelt moment here and say the sanctity of marriage should not be breached by this drunken debauchery. All right,
right.
Jeff, if you want to give it a go.
That was your answer?
Is it time for me to ruin my career yet? Is it?
I'm not content with Noni's answer. Wait, I'm not content with Noni's answer. Not content whatsoever.
Well, it started off. Was it Disney World or Land? Which one is the one in Florida?
We
Well,
actually took our first 3 days on
Disney-
the Oregon coast in
Disney
the
World is in
cap-
Florida.
What?
Disney World is in Florida. I was
Oh,
answering.
World is in Florida. Jeff, what did you say?
The first part of her honeymoon was on the Oregon coast on Manzanita Beach in the cabin.
The Oregon coast.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
The Oregon coast.
Oh, the origin coast is what you're saying.
Yeah.
As in the beginning coast.
Are you comparing the vagina to an Oregon coast?
Oh.
The organs.
Gentlemen,
Jeff, just take this.
let me tell you the legend that is the first time I had sex.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Everyone listen up.
Yeah.
So, of course, your imagination is like in control, only lasts like a minute and a half. His dong is the average 6.5 inches, 8 inches maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The truth be told, I wield a 16.5 inch wiener, and
No one
I
who
am
has a 16.5 inch wiener calls it a wiener, Jeff. They call it a cock. Okay?
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Right?
How they ironically call it a PP.
Right.
This is my PP.
It's
16.5
we
inches.
calling it like it is. You're right. It's not a wiener.
A little
It's
weepy.
actually a dong. You call it a dong or a dick if you wield a 16.5 inch wiener, or dong or dick. Excuse me.
I think it's a
I'm pretty
wee.
explicit with you guys. So Anna has a fantastic body. We're talking triple, quadruple Ds,
Yeah.
6-pack, great legs. Her everything about her anatomically is moist. It's ready to go, and my
Okay.
endurance is incredible. I'm talking Sting and the Police-esque endurance. So we're talking tantric levels. So I'm going at this for like 3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And she is just orgasming after orgasming after orgasming. And I'm hitting all kinds of levels of good. And eventually, I've telescoped to about 26.5 inches of wiener here. So I don't have to be closer anymore. So I'm hitting her from across the room. And she's loving it, of course. I'm doing advanced, like, doing Farmer Super Grandmaster shit, and we're going at it. She's on her 16th orgasm, and eventually it's like, you know what? Incontrol's held out for a long time, but eventually we have to realize it's time for him too to orgasm. So, as much as you can imagine, it's not that I come so much as that I induce a hurricane of orgasm. It's like all of a sudden Anna's there, but then in the next moment she's just covered in the stuff that makes babies. Like it's an ocean tide of swirling white stuff. It's just going around.
I think I saw this on the National Weather Channel.
Yeah.
I think it popped up.
Yep.
It actually got reported by the news. A lot of people thought it was another hurricane, but in fact it was just the first time I had sex. So, of course, she blows out of the back of the cabin. And much like everyone's first experience with having sex, I, of course, like mentally focus and I bring her back in through telekinesis. And then I'm still just kind of coming right into her, you know, with, again, a tidal wave of what's going on here. And eventually she kind of fills up, and then she explodes with her 14th orgasm as well, and that's the first time we had sex. So, a lot of people have been asking about that. I'm happy to report it. It was a hodgepodge of 30 some odd orgasms between the two of us, and it was really great.
Awesome. Cool.
So,
Also-
how is sex going to affect your StarCraft 2 game?
Great question, Wheat. So here's the big
Thanks.
thing here. Of course, as a lot of people assumed going into StarCraft 2, without having sex, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of angst. But because I'm hooking up with a world-class model that has gigantic boobs, fantastic body, the stress that I'm not experiencing anymore is fantastic. So I haven't yet played StarCraft, but because she's such a great hookup and she's my wife, I'm really happy to report that I think I'll be a lot more calm in tournaments, and I'll be depleted of bodily fluids. So I think with my more aerodynamic frame, I should be able to hit the StarCraft 2 scene at a much more efficient rate.
Excellent. Caller. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, no problem, man. I do all I can.
All
Have a
right.
great night.
Peace.
Thank you, caller.
Do you want another one?
Let's do it.
They won't stop. All right, this is area code 845. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Not bad. How about
How
yourself?
is everyone? Fantastic.
What's your question?
All right. First of all, I'm just sorry, I was a little grossed out about that story. That was probably one of the weirdest things I've ever heard in my life.
Is that because you're
Second
prude,
of all-
or is that just because it was incredibly graphic?
Well, it was pretty graphic, but I mean, it could
But
be
you're
worse.
prude. Okay. Let's go. Let's continue on to the question.
Second of all, got big in MLG as Halo. I know Incontrol hates Halo. Two-part question. What does he think? I know you hate Halo. I've seen you play with Ryan Noob and all them. Anyway, what do you think that will do? How that will do back at MLG? And second of all, I got into StarCraft because of Huck. How do you think he'll do in 2013?
Jeff, I think this is all you.
Actually,
All
I
right,
think
let's-
JP should answer this. You know, I mean, frankly,
Yeah.
everyone else has been JP. It's now your time to shine.
Well, in terms of Huck, I think he might come up a little bit short in 2013. But we'll have to see.
no.
We'll have to see how that happens. And what was the first
Another
question?
year of-
You just earned yourself another year of non-interviews. sir.
Yeah. Another year of hatred.
It's okay. What was the first question? I apologize. I was so honed in on getting that answer.
I got into MLG because of Halo. I've competed at a lot of events. I know Incontrol has a little battle with the Halo community. I was wondering what he thinks, how it will return.
Oh.
I know it's a StarCraft show, but I just had a little Halo
No.
question.
I think MLG will probably do something else with Halo. I don't know what that actually is, whether it'll be a full-on event or have it at their event as a big game. It is kind of the house that Halo built in that sense, so we'll have to see. I think in viewers, I don't know if they published the viewership from the Dallas event or whatnot, but I think it did okay, but that might have been because it was the same week that Halo 4 came out.
Yeah, it was around like 25,000, I think.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I got a story for you guys.
that's not too bad. But Jeff, why don't you tell the story? I don't think they'll
tell
do MLG 4 or Halo 4 all year though. Jeff, go ahead.
Hang on. Let me take a swig of this.
Take a swig. I'm in.
Okay, listen. So we're all men. We've watched a porno or two.
Sure.
For me, Halo is the fluffer of the StarCraft 2 kind of community. So in the sense that, like, you think about StarCraft 2, and you think about, like, big Ds, right? Big Ds,
Mm-hmm.
fantastic shots, great, just good stuff, right? Exactly what you expect in pornos.
Sure.
But then there's Halo, okay? Now, without Halo, you don't have the fluffers of the porno scene. So you don't have the guys that, like, hey, are you having a tough time getting it up? Let me jerk you off a little bit. Let me warm you up. If you just cut to the StarCraft 2 finale at the big stage, you don't get the full scope of things. You need to watch Halo and see, that's pretty exciting, but I need to see more. I need to see more swag. I need to see more drama, more importance. That's StarCraft 2. So Halo is kind of like the collection of people that tug, they pull, they tickle, they get you going a little bit. They get you excited about the big explosion. And that's what StarCraft 2 is. StarCraft 2 is the climax. Halo is the ball ticklers. So if we didn't have Halo in the MLG circuit, we just kind of have a random cum shot scene. And I don't like that. That's not good. That's not good for a good porno. So without Halo, we wouldn't have the full hard-on. And that's StarCraft 2. And I think for forever, we as StarCraft 2 players and fans need to thank Halo for tickling those balls, for being the little bit of a feather below our scrotum that gets us excited about the big explosion at the end. And I think Tyler can relate to that. I think that's true.
Caller, are you satisfied with that answer?
Well, now I'm just thinking of Halo and porn, but
Well, I mean, aren't we all?
That's good. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you. And with that last caller, I'd like to announce that my 1.75 liter bottle of hippie juice is now gone.
Should we drink to the hippie juice?
Yes, let's. This is my last glass. Clutch is calling. Did you want me to call? Pick up one
Yes,
or
Clutch.
5?
Yeah, pick up Clutch.
440.
Pick up Clutch.
Or I could just pick up Clutch.
Pick up
See,
Clutch.
do you
I'm gonna
guys
run to
know
the
what
restroom
water
though.
skiing squirrel is?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm picking up area code 440. Hello, area code 440. Welcome to the program. What's up?
Hello?
Dude.
Hello.
I fucking didn't pick up Clutch's call for you, man. Hello. What's up?
We'll come back to Clutch though. We have
Yes,
to.
of course we will.
Okay.
You're from Ohio,
So
right?
I had a few things to say. Yeah, Ohio.
Right on. You're
Yeah.
gonna. Are you in Columbus?
No, I am in Cleveland.
Because there's a giant warehouse in the middle of fucking Columbus that is going to
I heard.
be
I heard.
the fucking
Pretty
place.
pumped.
So, how far are you from Columbus?
About 2.5 hours.
All right. What's your question?
I don't really have a question. Well, I guess I do. I just want to tell Noni that he's super fucking based. And
yes.
And I have a thing with him because I was on TL Attack and I played against him, and it was really emotional for me. And In
nice,
Control casted it, and he made fun of me, so I really don't like In Control.
What?
God,
I just wanted to use that
dick.
time to say that I don't like In Control that much. I mean, he's a guy, but I can't like him because
What did you do to have In Control make fun of you?
I was bad at the game. And he's like, this is me last time. He's in
You
the
know what?
spotlight.
You know what, caller?
And that
Guess
was the
what?
last time In
Hold on,
Control was in
bro.
the spotlight,
Hold
too,
on,
because he doesn't
bro.
want shit.
Hold on, bro. Let me tell you something.
What did I come back to?
In Control has made fun of me while playing too.
I know.
And so
I
we
know.
got
I know. I
something
take
in
things
common.
personally. Right?
So don't
yeah,
take
I
it
talked to him
personally.
about how he ate Panera.
He's just a
and
dick.
I wasn't
We're
feeling
still
well.
buddies.
He's like, dude, it's okay.
Caller,
There you
can I
go.
say this? I didn't mean it in a mean way, and I fucking love you, man. I'm sorry for
I love you too. I like you now.
Did you
We
piss
can
someone
get-
off, Jeff?
Cheers to that. Okay.
Are you-
Brody,
do
I
you live
just
in
want
Dayton?
to ask you one more time.
Do you live in
You
Dayton?
can call me Base. You already called me
Base.
Base on Twitter, but I need it now.
All right.
You're based, man.
You're fucking based.
All right. Do you live in Dayton, Ohio?
Oh, I don't. Cleveland.
Cleveland. Thanks for your call, Cleveland.
Hey, good luck to the Browns, man. Seahawks forever.
That was enlightening.
I think I just missed a fun call. Damn it.
Want to take Clutch?
Yeah, say Clutch.
Clutch. Clutch
Yeah,
is
let's
such a
get
good
Clutch.
guy. He's such a good guy.
He's got some nice questions.
Yo.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I'm choking from all that salt from that last caller. Sorry.
Go, buddy.
Hey, first off, guys, congratulations. Another year down. Esports still alive and kicking. So all your
Yeah, it
amazing,
is.
all your amazing
We
accomplishments.
didn't kill
good
it.
work.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year, man. Maybe next year. I just got done seeing The Hobbit. It was pretty good. So
Yeah.
I was wondering if you guys would love to see a StarCraft movie, which actor would you cast for the roles? Like Sarah Kerrigan or Jim Raynor?
Ooh.
Zeratul.
Okay. I have strong opinions about this. I don't think anyone can rightfully argue with this. I need what is she called? Number 6 to play Kerrigan. She does the voice for her. She is a Klingon. No,
Trisha
not a
Helfer.
Klingon. A Cylon. She's
Cylon.
Cylon
Yeah.
fucking 6. What is her name though?
Trisha
Googling.
Helfer.
Yeah.
Trisha Helfer.
I got
Fat.
you, Jeff.
Fap. Jesus Christ. She's Kerrigan.
Yeah, she's
Kerrigan.
Canadian too. So you got the Canadian audience if they
Ooh.
they hired her.
It's
I can
a
see that.
win-win. It's a win-win.
You know why they called Kerrigan the Queen of Blades?
better have a sick
Because-
punchline for this.
Because this is lore. Just as a ghost, she is known for killing her targets with a knife, very, very beautifully. So that's how she got the call sign Queen of Blades.
Terrible punchline. Come back.
Sorry,
early.
hey man, just dropping the lore bomb.
I think that in traditional Hollywood fashion, because there's no way they would actually cast the right person for like Jim Raynor, that you just have to go with like The Rock because they,
The Rock. What about Bruce Willis?
I mean,
what about
they're
Bruce
just
Willis?
going to cast someone shitty anyway, Jeff. So I'm
love
just like
the shit out of
predicting.
you,
I don't
but we're
want
doing
The
a
Rock to play him. I'm telling you how
first
it's going to be.
You guys want to hear a behind the scenes thing from the last NASL? We interviewed Whitera and Rhett for the show match, and one of the questions we asked was, "Who's your favorite celebrity, or which celebrity do you have a crush on?"
Okay.
And Rhett answered like some actresses like Jessica Biel, but I don't think Whitera understood the question, and so he mentioned this boxer, and then Frodan, who was asking the question, was like, "Okay, but what about like famous people, like a famous girl?" And White was like, I'd have to think Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
So he has a celebrity crush on. So I could see that, maybe some Nick Cage for Jim Raynor.
Nicolas Cage is everyone in the StarCraft 2 universe. I agree.
The maddest I've ever been in StarCraft.
Samuel Jackson is General Warfield. I mean,
Honestly,
No.
you know what? They should just animate the whole fucking thing.
You think?
Yeah,
Have Blizzard Cinematics team just do an entire movie?
No. Name
No?
me a good animation movie about a serious subject like Heart of the Swarm, like fucking StarCraft 2.
Man.
What was that, Wheat?
It could be the first one, man.
The first one.
Oh, the first
Wreck-It Ralph, motherfucker.
Captain fucking Optimism over there.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Look at, I'd love to see Pixar does StarCraft 2.
Have
where
you
they're,
ever
like,
seen Toy Story
shooting
3,
out
man? The
bubbles?
fucking look of fear in those toys' faces there is about to be fucking incinerated in the goddamn fucking incineration machine.
Those feels.
That's some deep shit, bro. Those were toys.
Oh, guys, it seems the Zerg has us pretty surrounded. How should we escape? And a fucking floating house with balloons comes up over the horizon like, hop on board, kids! I would just execute myself in the middle of the fucking, audience. Like, I just...
You know the entrance to Blizzard, they have a sign that obviously says Blizzard. The same people that made the sign for Pixar made the sign for Blizzard, so there may be a connection there.
Maybe so.
Plus,
It
you were full
should.
of stuff that just depletes my soul,
Stop
man.
pulling
Well,
on our dicks.
The cinematics team told me about Heart of the Swarm that they've created what they think the best cinematics so far, and I'm really looking forward to the story of that game with the cinematics as well.
Oh, okay.
So it's gonna be good.
Fletch, I love you, but you just fed us. You just fed us the biggest spoon of shit. that content comes from like, what do you guys think about your CGI for Heart of the Swarm? And they go, I think it's our third best effort. I think it's pretty.
Hey man,
good.
this is the same company that said that you've never seen destructible rocks like these rocks before, and I believe them. It's true.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
Christopher Nolan calls this his at least top 5 best movie ever produced. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't buy the hype too well. Like, Dustin Brown says this is at least his 3rd most balanced game ever made. Like,
They just need to make my idea for a StarCraft movie, which is called The Last Hydralisk. And if anyone's never seen it, please go to YouTube and look up The Last Hydralisk.
Is it like The Last of the Mohicans?
No, it's The Last fucking Hydralisk.
Okay.
Clutch. And that's a lot different than The Last of the Mohicans.
Exclusive trailer.
Because they're an alien and they spit. And they're the last one.
Fletch, while we have you on here, thank you so much for continuing to work at being a better host. I think that's an underappreciated role. I know that you're looking at players, that you practice how to introduce them, and you basically put on a better show. And congratulations to you, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks,
Because
man.
It's an underrated role in StarCraft 2, but how important has the host become in StarCraft 2, where it's someone that ties in the storyline and creates the hype, and you've done a phenomenal job of that, so thank you.
Thanks. I plan to get better and better and do more in 2013, man. But it's fun to watch you DreamHack too, because I get good ideas and you're so damn relaxed up there. And sometimes, when I was doing it like 2011, I was so freaked out sometimes, like, dude, I got this team name wrong. What is gonna happen to me now? But it's okay. The last Hydralisk.
You have to hear it. Like, you have to see why he has the power to take down battle cruisers in a single fucking spit, man.
Dude, that's why they're waiting. They're waiting for them to actually be useful in Heart of the Swarm, and then they'll be 2 OP.
Oh, you guys. My God.
Team
Protoss
full.
players secretly fear Zergling, or Hydras, excuse me, so terribly bad. It's like, the second we see a Hydras, we're like, oh shit, I need to go Colossus. But then, it's never a real threat. Hydras actually always suck.
I loved using them in Brood War, man. It's like a novelty. But you know what? The game's not done yet. We still got a journey to go. It's not the final destination. I just keep telling myself that, and I live a lot closer to Blizzard too, and I am able to be like, hey, you guys doing a great job, but let me tell you how to do it better.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of just esports in general, man, like, I think that every production is getting better and better, and everything is starting to like tighten down, and people are getting their own kind of personalities, and Korea is not this closed off fantasy land that it was in Brood War of like, oh man, I hope I get to go to Korea someday. It's really, really cool to interact with a lot of these players that say we really love these foreign events. And I know we've been circle jerking a lot like this year, but seriously, there's so much hard work that goes behind the scenes, and it takes a lot of hard work that people don't recognize, but I'm glad that you guys as personalities are able to recognize people either on camera or off camera. But we're in this together, man. We're in this together.
I agree, buddy.
All right. Well, you gentlemen have a good time. I got to get back to work.
All right. Take care, brother.
Bye-bye.
Sure.
All right, I got 8 keys left. How are we good? Do we want to wrap out the show in these 8 keys? Do 2 or 3 more calls?
What? I don't.
That sounds good to me.
I could go another fucking hour.
Jeff, you could tell Jeff's been away from a computer for like.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I'm taking another caller.
Let's do it. Go ahead and take it.
Okay, this one is Joshua Stephen King.
Oh, this might be a thriller.
Okay. Joshua. Hello.
Hey. I was going to ask you guys, I have some friends that started watching with me when the game came out in 2010, and we all were really pumped and really excited about like every single MLG, every GSL season. But as time has progressed and the Koreans have sort of invaded everything, everyone has sort of lost their passion. Like, I will still stay up really late and watch all the crazy 5 a.m. stuff. But there's a lot of people who wish there were foreigners competing and actually winning. Do you guys think that we will see some sort of tournament develop, like foreigner-only tournaments, or something that sort of encourages like the grassroots style, like cheering on your home team, kind of like, I guess WCG has that for everyone a little bit every year, but I don't know. I think we've seen that sort of die out a little bit. And NASL, I feel like, was supposed to be that at first, and then it ended up not being that way. And
Jeff, I can really tell that you want to answer this question.
I know I talk a lot, so I apologize. But this is a very good question, by the way. Thank you for asking this. So first and foremost, let me acknowledge something that maybe people do or do not know. Tournaments at the end of their tournament experience either a spike or a decline in their viewership based upon who is actually in their Final 4/Final 2. If it's Korean, they actually suffer in a decline in viewership, and that's just the bottom line. I'm not making that up. I know and speak and talk with a lot of the tournaments, and this is just an actual fact. It happens. However, if you have a Stefano, a Thorzane, a Huck, a Rhett, a Chef, if you have somebody in the final of that tournament that's a foreigner versus a Korean, the viewership actually raises higher than it has been throughout the entire tournament. So there's obviously an interest in foreigner versus Korean. So as we proceed forward in StarCraft 2, you're going to see more and more tournaments try and skew, to a certain extent, their tournament in favor of a foreigner versus a Korean. And what that may or may not mean is more seats for NA players or European players versus Korean players. Perhaps a NA or European-centric server favored qualification. But the bottom line is a tournament benefits from having a complicated finals as opposed to, well, the top 8 are Korean. The viewership actually drops off. So as we proceed forward in StarCraft 2, be it Heart of the Swarm or Legacy of the Void, I think you'll see tournaments try and make it more apparent that they're skewed towards a foreigner favoritism just because they need to have that advantage so that there's more foreigners given a better chance at beating Koreans, as opposed to, well, here's the top 10 tournament and it's all Koreans. The viewership actually declines. I think that's interesting, but that's a fact that a lot of people need to come to grips with, because a lot of people don't necessarily agree with this. They're like, no, I'm a hardcore StarCraft 2 fan. I love to see the best players, which means, 25 Korean players playing off in a final. That's actually the worst case scenario for a tournament. The best case scenario for a tournament is Stefano versus MC or Stefano versus MVP. Some kind of good foreigner versus a Korean that has a storyline attached to them.
Wait,
Okay.
did we just...
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Yeah, that basically, I just wanted to ask you your opinion and see if you agree that that is something that has to happen. Because, yeah, I think it's, like, I don't have the problem. Like, I can be really excited for MVP versus Squirtle, but I think in general, a lot of people prefer the Stefano MC final.
If someone else doesn't have a strong opinion, I'd love to speak candidly on that.
Go ahead.
Nobody else has a strong opinion, apparently?
No.
Okay, so here's my opinion. I would love it if the foreigner community, and this is going to take, like, there's going to be people that take strong opinion against this, but it's just a fact of life, to be honest with you. I would love it if the community approached this a little bit more realistically. So if it's a Korean versus a Korean final, I would love it if they looked at that and said, this is the best StarCraft 2 can offer. I'm looking at the highest skill level. I'm excited about this. But then I would also like it if they looked at a Home Story Cup or a Millennium Tournament or an EG Masters Cup, and they said, okay, it's Cass versus the Muslim. I'm excited about this, not because it's the top tier of StarCraft 2, but because these are two of the best foreigner players, and I'm excited about that uniquely because of that dynamic alone. I feel like that distinction is not made in tournaments. If it's MC versus Violet, people are like, okay, it's two Koreans, I know fairly well, I'm pretty excited about it. But like 5,000 people disappear from the viewership. I would rather everyone watches that for the highest level of StarCraft 2, but then also gets equally excited about the Masters Cup tournament, where it's, again, two foreigners facing off, which is not necessarily the highest level of StarCraft 2, but it's two people that we know very well and we're very excited about. So again, the reason why this is a controversial opinion is because people like, they hear this and they go, Incontrol saying we should appreciate lower level StarCraft 2. Yes, I actually am. If people don't understand that Koreans are inherently going to be better than non-Koreans, but we can appreciate them for separate reasons, then they're always going to find StarCraft 2 to be on some level a disappointing experience. They're going to be like, well, it's Stefano versus Parting, and wow, Parting executed 2 all-ins in a row that worked really well. It looks pretty shitty. It looks like Parting's a lot better than Stefano. I think those people are inherently going to be more disappointed than those that look at the storylines and the backstory for why these games are more exciting.
Okay. Well,
That's the best I can
you
say.
pretty
as
much
drunk as
covered
I
it.
am.
I didn't
Jesus
expect
Christ.
I didn't expect you to be so prepared, but that's awesome.
Jeff's
Thanks.
always prepared, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Cool.
Does nobody have an
Oh.
argumentative opinion or something to support or something?
No.
Nah, man, we're too drunk.
Fuck, I'm so drunk too.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, well, thank you, caller, for your
Thanks, Josh.
question.
Have a good holiday.
You too, ma'am.
You too, buddy.
Are we ready to close out the show?
Actually, I have like.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, guys. I have like probably JP's biggest fan. This guy is like. This guy is like
This actually
one of
exists? What?
JP's biggest fans. He said, "Weed, I really like to call in. JP is like my biggest fan."
Okay.
Here he is, JP's #1 fan. How's it going, Bob?
It's actually tasteless, bro.
Yeah? What's up, Tasteless?
You guys are my nerds.
I'm just kidding, dude. It's cats actually, but
Cats. Hello, cats. What's
Hello,
up?
cats.
I noticed last couple of calls were pretty bad.
They were okay.
Come to the rescue.
That's
Cats to the
such a-
rescue.
Holy shit, man! People's drunk. Let them
Yeah.
be drunk. Congratulations on the sex, first of all, Jeff.
Congratulations on the sex.
Sex is
Yeah.
good, man.
But like,
I
telling
appreciate
you,
it.
Well,
I encourage most
your
people to-
tasteless impersonations, and also day 9, and you have to use hands.
Who wants to start? Who wants to start?
What is
Well,
his
I
question?
can't do the voice, but I know the shit he says.
So why don't you have Jeff do the voices for Tyler, and Tyler does the hands and everything else.
There you go. I love that idea.
You gotta say
This line is it
Seoul,
anyway. Skype
Korea.
edition.
We're from Seoul, Korea.
Follow the GSL. Follow me on Twitter. Call me Tasteless. He's Artosis.
Don't be one of those guys that's like, yeah, I'm too good for Twitter. Like, I'm not gonna get it. Like, everyone's on Twitter now, Artosis.
Thank you for tuning in. This is Artosis and Tasteless. We are casting from the best term in the universe right now, and you guys
They
can follow
heard a
me
little
at
show called Com TV. You can find us pretty much every day.
Yeah.
Casting the greatest esports show in the world. So Dan, okay, I love.
Would
Jason.
you say that 3-Gate Stalkers is the most common build in PvT Artosis, or would you think that the Colossus 1-base all-in is more common? Well, yes and no. You do see a lot of 3-Gate Stalkers, and you do see Colossus, but generally speaking, it's off of 2 bases, and usually it's off of a different opening. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, it's kind of like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Excuse me.
Wait. Are we doing an MLG impression? Because if we're doing an MLG impression, it's more like this. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys.
Special.
You
gotta cook up quite a special.
I got the
Tasteless voice
steak
for
of
MLG.
nurture right now, tasteless.
The only reason I can do a good Tasteless impression is because I've actually worked with him for as long as I had. And I'll tell you what, man, he is a man full of so many quotes.
He really is.
I love Nick, man. I'd like to use this drunk moment to just say, Nick, man, I love you.
In my opinion, the best Nick moment ever was when fucking Dan Artosis was high as a fucking kite on painkillers because he's taken out.
Yes.
And Nick just looks at him and he's like, "You're like a robot trying to figure out his first time." Like, and Dan's just like, "You're right." Nick is the wittiest piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. That kid has the most amazing references on deck than anyone else in the fucking world. It's
He really
not even
does.
close.
Nick's favorite quote of mine came, I think, last week. Maybe it's the most recent. But we were in Vegas for IPL 5. He stayed at the Cosmopolitan, which is a great hotel there. And he stayed a couple days after and stayed at Circus. I think it's called Circus. And he said it's where poor people go to die. And I think that was probably one of the funniest quotes that he's ever said to me. But like you said, he's just full of them. There's too many quotes for Tasteless.
He's amazing.
And
He's amazing.
You can't do any of them on the cast
ever
either.
He saw Artosis like fumbling through a cast because again he was on like super strong painkillers, and he was like, you're like one of the he said something along the lines of, you're one of the iRobots trying to learn its feelings for the first time. And that was such an extremely good way of describing what Artosis looked and felt like that I just like, I exploded laughing wherever I was. I was like, oh, that's so fucking apt. And I just started laughing. Nick has that ability to put words to description of what's happening. That
yeah.
I mean, people give him hate all the time for not knowing what's going on in StarCraft 2 game, but his value will always be found in the fact that he is able to attach humor in a relatable way to a StarCraft 2 scene better than almost anybody else. I laugh so much when I watch Artosis and Tasteless cast. It's amazing.
Let me just tell one Tasteless story, and then I'll get off the circle jerk here. But
Sure.
like WCG 2005 was in Caesar's Palace. I think you guys were there probably for the USA finals.
I was at
Yeah,
that
you
one.
were there. And you remember they had the BMX bikes there? Tyler, do you remember? They had they had this ramp off to the side. It was so fucking random, but they like in the middle of the show, they're just like, all right, now we're gonna have some BMX bikes do some shit. Take it away, Billy. And Billy fucking gets on and he's fucking doing some cool shit, and fucking like 10-minute show goes by, and he's doing all sorts of shit. And this is like the first official tournament that we've hired Tasteless. And of course, I say hired, but we were all fucking volunteers doing this for nothing back. That he comes out, we get him and he's like, hey guys, I'm Tasteless. So if you think that shit's hard over there, then, and he's pointing to the BMX bikes, he's like, then you guys have never played a game of StarCraft. And that's how he started off his
So
cast. It was fucking awesome. It was
Nice.
so awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna
Fuck
jump off of
BMX,
here.
man.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you, Cats, for calling in.
Hey, no problem. Take care.
Cats.
Peace, dude.
All right, I think it's time for our final caller of the night. Is he giving you a call? Do you know who I'm referencing? Let me tell him to call.
Is it this guy? Is it this guy? Is it?
Does he live in Sweden?
No.
Okay, it's not that guy.
Okay, this guy. It must be this guy right here.
That guy sounds like he's in a car.
Yeah, only one guy has a fucking microphone that loud.
He's not answering.
Hello? Oh, you didn't want me to pick up Slasher's call?
No, we can talk to Slasher. I don't think he wants to talk to us,
He doesn't
though.
even know that he's on.
You want to do big egg?
Probably not the show too good. Fuck yeah.
He's like ordering fucking euros or some shit.
What? Hang up on Rod and answer Too Good's
Okay.
call, damn it.
Okay. All right. That's he's not calling anymore.
He should be on your list for your account.
These hiccups are so persistent.
I'm just calling him. Fuck
The
it.
person whom you're trying to
Oh.
reach is currently unavailable.
Not that.
Fuck
Please leave a
you
message.
then. He was just calling 2 seconds ago, and then.
Oh, it's because you guys were calling each other at the same time. That happens.
Oh shit! Sorry for the hiccups.
Jeff's about to hurl on stream.
Oh, I'm not gonna hurl. I'm just gonna hiccup out of control.
All right.
Listen, I've
what the
like
fuck,
3 liters
man?
of-
Okay, yeah, I'm calling him again. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What's up, you prick?
Hi.
Hello.
You guys are assholes.
Why are
I
we
woke up at
assholes?
6 a.m.
God, I
and
fucking
now I'm
love
drinking.
Oh, that's what I like
Hey,
to hear,
I'll
James.
drink to that. I'll drink to that, James.
So thank you for this fantastic. Oh shit! What day is it today?
Tuesday.
Jesus.
James, you're the last call, so I expect some fucking drama out of you. My God.
Expect something. Jeff can't remember his name right now. He's pretty inebriated.
I am Jeff Robinson.
I don't know, man. Like your callers have been good.
Yeah.
Overall, but when I get drunk with the guys, because I get sometimes pretty depressed. I get pretty lonely.
Really?
It's almost Christmas, right?
Yeah.
That time of the year. Sometimes you're breaking up with your girl. Sometimes you're trying to get with a girl, and esports. There's not many chicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's not many, and there are some chicks, but they're questionable. Some of them,
Dude, I mean,
might not be all chicks.
3 of the 4 people actually, well, 3 of the 5 people, I guess, that are on this call are married now. Pretty soon we're going to be,
Oh yeah.
we're going to take all the good
That
chicks.
just leaves me and you, James.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are successful. I mean, Jeff's getting it regularly, like what, once every 25 years? Jeff?
No, 2 times a day, man. 2 times a day.
At least.
So,
I mean, my wife has an app that shows when she's the most fertile, so you can fucking guarantee that things are
Are you
okay.
trying to make another mini wheat?
Undecided at this point, but it might be happening.
Oh shit.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question, guys, is it's coming to Christmas. I'm single, right? Okay. I've got nothing going on in my life. I'm bored of Hooker Sunday. Okay. Because I mean, the only reason, frankly, I do Hooker Sunday is just so I know when the week starts, because I work every day and it's esports. So I don't know when one week goes next. So Hooker Sunday lets me know when it's Sunday going into Monday. It's great. But Hooker Sunday is very unfulfilling. Okay, so I'm figuring I need to start courting the ladies of esports.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I need to, and I'm prepared to put in $80, guys. I've got $80, and I'll buy a lady in esports some flowers. Okay.
Fucking hell.
All right, but I need some advice. Like, I mean, you guys know me a little bit. I don't want to go back to the ex-girlfriends, etc., unless you just forget where I'm at. But
that's where I was gonna go. I was gonna say, why don't you call Zoe?
Well, no, but who should I do?
Can't do that. I guess.
James, let's ask us. I have a serious question. I want you to ask honestly.
Okay.
How within, your own self-control, how long do you think you can go without being a complete dick, like an actual amount of time?
They call it a wank.
With the girl?
No, yeah. Just in general.
Oh shit! I think my longest relationship was
41.
about.
No, I'm talking about like an actual. You're on a date. What, like 41 minutes before you'd have to like go to the bathroom and just kind of like tell some guy to fucking fuck off, and then you could be nice again for another 41 minutes.
I like to think I'm pretty charming, actually.
Yes, you are.
With the ladies.
Yeah.
For the most part, just I don't want you to slip into those bad places.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I'm basically, guys, I'm coming to you. I've got $80. I need to court someone in esports, and maybe you don't have to tell me who I should have to court. If you do, that's good. That's good advice for my $80. But maybe you guys have got someone in esports that you would like to court, and that would maybe let me see the kind of good in that person, and because you're all like, you're ballers, you've all got your girlfriends and your wives and whatever.
Okay, listen,
then maybe that would send me in that direction.
Yeah.
Jeff. But who in esports?
Jeff might have an answer here.
James, I come from a point of honesty, right? So, like, listen. In general, European girls, they're extremely slutty, so you got to kind of just disregard most of them. Like, a lot of their advances, it's a slippery slope. Like, a lot of them, they got holes that need to be filled, man, and like other guys are gonna do that, and they'll settle in places.
Yeah, but like, the thing is, I'm willing to make those holes airtight, Jeff. Even if I can't do it by myself, I'll bring a friend, man. If that's what it takes.
I don't doubt it, man. I think you'll plug those holes, and like for the moment, they'll feel good. They'll feel good about it, and like you'll move on. But listen, you gotta settle, and here's my god honest truth. All right, you gotta settle with an American girl, because here's the advantage you got. All right, it's two things.
Okay.
You've got the long hair of like a movie star of like, I don't really bathe on a regular basis. I'm kind of a shithead. I think too highly of myself, but I've got long hair. That's what's going for you. But on the addition to this, you also have the British accent, which again, that can compensate for things like not a lot of money, kind of a dick,
Yeah.
you're kind of pasty. You know what I mean? Like a lot of you is very pasty.
I mean, I'm not sure if I've got chlamydia or like, I just don't know.
And see, these are things you're gonna have to wrap up, not necessarily at the beginning of the relationship, but kind of midway through. Like you're gonna have to explain to them what you transmitted. So I feel like you can rope in a pretty good American chick.
From esports, so which one? Which one am I
Exactly.
courting?
All right, here's a good question. That's a fantastic question. Which, you've got like Mega Mix Bear, Megumi.
Yeah.
She's kind of small.
Megumi's. She's
Yeah.
she's small, but she's
I mean, I think
she's very smart.
I think she'd be quite happy afterwards. I mean, she's kind of like one of those girls. I think if she gets it from someone maybe like me, I'll get a thank you at the end of sex.
I think she'll at least write you a letter, but she'll probably tag along for a while there. There's a lot of availability. I mean, again, the British accent and the long hair, that goes so long. Again, no pun intended for the non-European girls.
And I will make up my other shortcomings.
And you don't have to worry about money with that. For most of them, it's kind of the fulfillment of being exotic, like, oh, he's got a British accent. That's different from American, and that's good enough for them. So I think you got what it
I'll
takes.
just buy her like Heart of the Swarm or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
I think
so
the prospects are
is that
fantastic.
Mega Mix? Is that the Mega Mix Bear? What's her name?
Megumi Mix Bear. Yeah.
Okay, so that's contestant number 1. What else have we got?
Tara
on the-
Babcock is a strong.
You always got to
second
count Tara
contender.
Babcock in, yeah.
Tara Babcock, she's like
Who's Tara Babcock?
Well, let's put it this way: if you're a baseball player and you've got 2 strikes against you, this is a safe bunt. This is a safe. You'll get on base with this. You know what I mean?
Okay, I need a picture. Bring up a picture.
One sec. Let me take care of this. You hopefully I don't get well.
Go to our Twitch
I've got two Twitch employees here. They won't ban me if I show a Tara Babcock picture. It's okay.
There you go. Show Tara Babcock.
Just go to our channel. Just go to our Twitch channel, man.
Go to our Twitch channel. Okay.
Yeah.
Those are probably more dicey than what I was gonna pull up.
Probably not.
Trans says boobs are okay. He's fine.
He's here. Okay.
And even if it's just side boob, it's good.
James, who do you think is the hottest chick in esports? Like, who would you go after?
All right, there you go, James.
Shit.
It's not much to go off, but you can see the face.
Yeah, that's the
There's
problem.
quite a few. There's some hotties in esports, man.
That's Tara Babcock.
Yeah.
Okay.
My favorite part about asking James questions is you fucking know you're gonna get an honest answer. No question.
Oh,
about it.
absolutely. Yeah.
This is the real answer.
Who is it?
Who's
Who
the
is
hottest chick in esports, James? Who would you go after?
Well, the thing is like Lauren Elise is really hot, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But the trouble is her face isn't as hot as her body. If you know what I mean.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'd be okay just dating her maybe in back alleys or dark rooms. If we could just maybe meet up in kind of, nighttime stuff, that could work. But Zoe's really hot as well.
You've already gotten with Zoe though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but she's got the best ass in esports, and she's got a tattoo on her bum as well. People probably don't know that. It's
Insider
amazing.
info. Insider info.
I have a quick story, and I'm only gonna ask this story because I want to hear James' response to this. So in Disney World, her shirt kind of raised up, and we saw the outline of a face on her lower backside, and I did
Who's
the math
this?
in my head. Anatomically speaking, thank you. It was just some random chick. Her face would have put the mouth at about the spot where maybe you poop from. What do you think about that kind of tattoo? Is that what you go for, James?
I don't know, man. I think I missed half the story, and Anna walked over, and then you started pussying out in your conversation. And so you're basically saying there's a
The laser
tattoo.
eyes.
The internet told her.
Jeff, you're giving me really bad advice here.
I didn't do anything.
Girls in esports. I mean, I told you I'm willing. I'm spending big money here. It's $80.
Yeah,
And
$80.
I don't even mind if I don't get laid. Just maybe a couple pictures I could like jerk off over Christmas. That's fine. But just I'll get something for $80. Like, where am I going with my money?
Well, we've been over Megumi X. We've been over Tara Babcock. Who else? Lauren Elise. I feel like those three.
What do you think about Lindsay Sporer?
Lindsay Sporer. That's true. She's kind of out of the spotlight. What do you think about that, James?
Yeah, I mean, she's stupid enough. I'd just be upset if I introduced her to my mates and then like she was just really dumb.
Yeah.
You know, like that's a tough one for me. But I also think like, isn't she? What is she? Is she one of those? Is she a model or is she a?
Yes.
Is she a like beauty pageant girl?
Yes.
Yes, I think
Because
so.
I hear these beauty pageant girls don't put out.
Yeah. Maybe she's
surprised.
I'd probably have to put like makeup all over my cock just for her to see it fit and looking good enough. And
as I, get ready to go to sleep, I'm really glad that you put that image into my head, James. Thanks.
Just be thankful that's all he put in your head.
it's got to look good on the camera. So I don't know. It's a good decision. But DJ Wheat,
yes.
Help me out here, man. It's almost Christmas.
Well, I mean, honestly, most of the good esports gals are already taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm okay. I think with $80, courting other people's girls, I'll win them over. I don't even care.
He's got a point.
Going,
He's got a point.
Like,
Yeah,
give
I
it
do
to-
have a point. I know.
No pun intended.
Well, I mean, I think that Seltzer is high up there. Torch is a great guy though. Like, she's
hold
got a
on.
man,
Hold on.
but-
James, say flame on for me.
Flame on? What?
I think he could do it, guys. I think he might be able to do it.
Okay, so you referenced one of my funniest moments in all of esports. Fucking Torch. This guy has a great sense of humor. He's dating Seltzer. He's a very funny guy. One of the first times I met him in person, I go, "Hey Torch, flame on!" And he just fucking stone faces me. Goes like, and I'm like, it's in reference to the Human Torch. And he's like, never made that joke again.
Exactly.
Never made that joke again. I was done with that.
All right. Well, guys,
Sorry,
thanks
buddy.
for your advice. But I mean, the fact is,
We'll do better next time.
To be honest, like, fuck it. I'm going with Scarlet. Best of both worlds.
All right.
Yeah, I
There you
think you might be onto something
James,
there, man.
Before you go,
I
Best
support
of
that
both worlds,
decision.
baby. Fuck it. I'm out of here.
2013,
You guys
man. A lot of
hate
people
you.
want to know about the Too Good Studio, or the fucking Good Studio, excuse me. What are you guys doing? What are you changing? What are you doing new?
We suck, and we do esports shows, and EG are killing us because their shows is just so much better. And
I don't know, man. We think your shows are so much better. So
Scarlet, I'm coming for you.
we love you, James.
We love you, James.
Blue.
Have a good Christmas, buddy, with Scarlet.
I bring the Christmas package. The whole package, baby.
All 16.5 inches. Ladies and gentlemen,
Go.
James Too Good Harding. Thank you, sir. Peace. He's gone. He's gone like a fart in the wind, guys.
And that's how
Fucking love
James
that
leaves.
I
All
gotta
right,
go.
guys. That brings up the end of the show. I don't know how long this episode was, but
Long, man.
it was a good show. So let's do some shout outs here real quick. We'll leave Jeff for last as always with State of the Game. Tyler, you'll be second to last because you'll just say whatever Wheat said. So Wheat, start us off.
He's gonna say exactly what I say.
Probably.
Fuck, man. Go Heart of the Swarm in 2013. I'm really excited for the game. I took a little bit of break off in 2012, and I'm glad to like have a nice 2 weeks of not doing shit. But you know, gonna run right into it in 2013. So thanks to everyone who tuned in, and you know, here's the esports in 2013. Fuck,
Watch
that's
live
it.
on
I
3
don't
on
have
Wednesday?
like I don't have a list of sponsors that I have to, you know, say thank you to. So I'll just say thanks to Mini Wheat.
There you go. And
What about Jen Jen, man?
Jen Jen too, man. She knows like I have never ending thanks for her, and she just told me to get the fuck off the show. So
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks,
Okay.
Jen. No, for reals.
Tyler, if you want to copy Wheats, I am okay with that.
How is that? How would
Look, man, I'm just going with what I know.
Thank Wheats fam.
Tyler,
I mean, they're great.
Tyler, I'm going with what I know. If you want to thank Mini Wheat and Jen Jen, go ahead. No one's going to be upset.
Well, I thank them, but I've got a few of my own as well.
Okay.
Such as the Little Lap Factory, Razer, and Twitch. Those are the sponsors of my great team, Team Liquid. And I also got to root for. I will copy Weed on that. I got to root for Heart of the Swarm. You know, it's gotten a lot of flack, but I think it's really coming together. A lot of people are excited about it for good reasons, and you know, Blizzard still has months to tweak it. Blizzard's going to do good work, and even if it's not perfect when it comes out, they're going to continue to tweak it. And I think it's going to be pretty awesome in 2013. So it's on you guys to spread the good word. You know, we can only do so much. We can only reach the people that are willing to listen. You guys can tell your friends who aren't into StarCraft at all and say, hey, Heart of the Swarm has come out. It's a pretty badass expansion. You guys should watch some more tournaments in 2013. See if you like it. You know, I do that with my friends who don't watch StarCraft. We all got to reach out to the people that we can to try to expand. And, you know, it's not just being greedy and trying to expand our community for our own purposes, but it's to spread the good word. You know, we love StarCraft, and there are other people who aren't familiar with it who would love it too, if only they knew. So let them know and get them in on it. Other than that, if you see me streaming, if I tweet and I say I'm streaming, if you're browsing Team Liquid or any other site that has a stream list and you see my stream there, please check me out. You know, I've streamed a lot in the past, but I think the streaming I've done recently has been a lot better. I try to have a really good like atmosphere, try to please the fans and play good StarCraft, all that kind of stuff. Put in some effort to make it a good stream to watch and have some fun. So if you haven't watched my stream in a while, check it out again and see what's up right now, because I think it's pretty awesome. I think that's about it. I've had a lot of good fun tonight. Been missing State of the Game. Glad I came on.
By the way, I would just like to say that he doesn't know this, but I have been watching Noni's stream as well, and everything that he said is absolutely true. I've been watching for like hours a day. It's good shit. He talks. I love it when like players talk on their stream and like talk about what they're doing. And you know, even Tyler will get like a little frisky online with some of the people he play. It's good shit, man. Like check it out. It's good shit.
Thank you.
Like it.
Jeff, some inebriated shout-outs, please.
Okay, so this will be long, and I apologize to those of you that are going to be upset about that. First and foremost, thank you so much for those that support me. I get a lot of awful, kind messages. Marrying Anna, I got a lot of support. Really nice people. I really appreciate that. I've also been, you know, kind of December's my month of introspectiveness, if you will. I've been thinking a lot about what I need to do to be a better contributor to esports and to StarCraft 2 and to be a better person for you guys. And I know a lot of people in particular have very critical views of me and don't trust me, and I understand that. And I want you to know that I'm working really hard to earn your respect, earn your trust, and to review myself and to evaluate what I do in this market. And I want you to know that even if you're not happy with me now, please keep a critical eye of me, because I continuously search for ways to be better for you. I don't think I'm the best. I don't think I'm where I want to be. I don't think I'm what I need to be. I'm thinking I'm the kind of person that wants to transform into that and continually evolve into a better person for you guys, and to hopefully open the door for more people to experience what I experienced, which is doing for their life what they want to do. I get paid and I earn a living doing what I would do for free and what I would do to selfishly, do what I want to do. Like, I would do this in lieu of doing my homework for graduate school or correcting tests in high school for my teacher job or something like that. So I appreciate everyone that gives me the opportunity to do that. And I want you to know that I take very seriously this role, and I hope to open that door for more people in the future. So I'm looking for ways to do that. So that being said, in the future, if you see me streaming, if you see my YouTube channel getting kind of a resurgence in effort, and I've got other ideas about how I want to expand my role in StarCraft 2 in the future, give it a consideration. If it's not your tea, that's great. If it's something you can get on board with, please do, because again, obviously, I'm not going to pretend it's something I do completely as a martyr or as selflessness, but it's something that I do not only as beneficial to me, but also beneficial to as many people as I could possibly grab onto. I would really appreciate that. And then just kind of outside of that, I want to give a big shout out, because this is the end of the year State of the Game. This is the year where we wrap this up, and then in 2013 we start anew. And I want to say, big shout out to my inspirations. DJ Wheat, not only is he on the show, but I want to say, like, he's the guy that I look to as someone that I want to model myself after, and I learn from. He has made mistakes and he's made right choices that I look to learn for my own benefit, and without those kind of people, I'm a lesser person in StarCraft 2. Total Biscuit, I think he's a guy that makes a lot of mistakes, but I think he makes a lot of right choices as well, and I, again, learn from him, so I want to give him a big shout out and thanks to him for being that kind of role model. And then JP, a lot of people kind of underappreciate his role in the community, but I think it deserves respect that he basically gives us the opportunity to have this platform to say thank you to the community and to perform in front of you guys and either earn or lose your respect. But that opportunity is only afforded by people like JP and other leaders that provide that opportunity, and I want to say thank you to them too. So, guys, 2013 is going to be a year of EG in the Pro League. It's going to be me trying to develop a YouTube channel, a stream that's more refined, a role that's much more community-based. So, of course, I'm going to be streaming more. I'm going to be commentating more, and I'm going to be constantly seeking the best role I can constantly provide for you guys. And please allow me this opportunity to say, whether you like me or you don't, go into 2013 with an open mind. Like, I made mistakes, I've said dumb things, but I'm constantly seeking to improve. Please allow me that opportunity to impress you or disappoint you, but I'll always be seeking that audience and always be seeking the ability to renew your faith. So thank you so much for having an open mind, and I appreciate your support. Thank you all.
There you go. And with that, I think...
You're the man, Jeff.
I think we're done here. So
What
that is
about
it.
you, JP?
I mean, I don't have much to say. I rarely have much to say. I think we're just going to close out the show. We will see what 2013 holds for myself. State of the Game should continue on. Look for more information for that via my Twitter, via the official State of the Game thread, and I'll post kind of whatever's going on with me in the future. But with that, huge shout out to Incontrol, to DJ Wheat, and to Tyler, aka Noni, for coming on in this, what I thought was a good closeout for 2012, which was kind of a shitty year for State of the Game. So I hope to improve that in the future. So we'll see you guys later. I'm going to play, let me cue out the intro music. Nope, that's good. All right, we'll see you guys later. JP McDaniel signing out. We'll see you in 2013.
Peace, bitches.